session, and we would like to start the partner presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Carla Gethin, International Business Development Manager of City of Glasgow College in Scotland. Please do come and talk about your institute. Thank you.
Just waiting on the presentation. Back a slide. Thank you so much. I'd like to extend my gratitude to St Joseph's Hotel Management and Catering Technology for inviting the City of Glasgow College to co-host this event. And I'm also delighted to have the opportunity to present some background to City of Glasgow College, which is based in Scotland in the United Kingdom. Now, our purpose at City of Glasgow College is to let learning flourish. And we achieve this through inspiration, excellence, and innovation. Now, our guiding principles are our values. And as a college, we value the individual, equality, diversity, and inclusiveness. Slide 2, please. Thank you. Now, City of Glasgow College was established in 2010 from 3 large city colleges within Glasgow. Now, these covered specialist areas including nautical science, business, engineering, construction, and culinary arts. Now, while we are 14 years old as a merged institution, our heritage can be traced back to 1927. And indeed, we've had 55 years teaching nautical science and marine engineering on the banks of the River Clyde in Glasgow. Now, since our merger in 2010, we have transformed the delivery of college education in terms of our physical estate, our performance levels, and our reach. Before we merged, we had 11 sites, and we have now moved to a twin-site super campus. And you can see our campuses on the slide. So the white building is our city centre campus, based in the heart of Glasgow, within an educational hub with our partner universities. Our Riverside campus is based on the banks of the River Clyde, and this is where the majority of our nautical science and engineering provision takes place. Our campuses were fully operational in 2016 and represent a £228 million investment in tertiary education for Glasgow, for Scotland, and beyond. This is the single largest college development in Europe, and it's been designed to offer state-of-the-art facilities and superb opportunities for all of our students around the world. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, although our purpose is further and higher education, and we are funded by the Scottish Government, we are one of the largest providers of vocational training to local, national and international organisations. We have some 1,500 industry partners, and this is critical as they provide an invaluable resource in providing work placements, internships, advice and guidance to our students entering the labour market. We are proud to have been either in the top or the top 2 for World Skills competitions over several years. And indeed, we've been exceptionally successful within our hospitality and culinary arts areas in World Skills, but also including cybersecurity, 3D digital design and graphic design, for example. We are Scotland's largest college, and we have capacity for 40,000 students. We deliver over 400 higher national certificate and diploma courses, and 70% of the courses we offer are at higher education level. And each year, 16,500 students gain nationally recognised qualifications from the college. Next slide, please. Now, we have worked with businesses and industry to build a curriculum over 2,000 courses across 4 faculties, and our provision is aligned around key industry sectors. We have enabled, since merge, over 100,000 graduates to acquire recognised qualifications. Thank you. with over 97% of our graduates moving in to a positive destination. This is either into further and higher education or directly into employment. We have our own student accommodation on our Riverside campus, and we have facilities for over 400 students. This offers excellent rooms and the latest modern facilities. We are one of the largest colleges in Scotland engaged in international activity, and we work with over 104 partners across 28 countries worldwide. We're one of the largest and one of the few in Scotland to have a Tier 4 UK visa and immigration licence, and we attract one of the largest international student bodies in Scottish further education, with over 4,000 enrolments from around 130 countries each year. Now, hospitality is truly a global industry, and global partnerships such as our collaboration with St Joseph's are vital for enriching educational experiences, fostering cross-cultural exchange and broadening the global perspectives of our students. At City of Glasgow College, we've established ourselves as leaders in hospitality. We're recently delivering the Apprenticeship in Hospitality Scotland programme, and this provides a talented hospitality pipeline of professionals to some of the world's finest hotels, such as Glen Eagles and Trump-Tumbury. Over the last 2 years, we've been working with the Ministry of Tourism in Saudi Arabia, and we've established a programme that has enabled nearly 300 senior managers from the Saudi hospitality industry to graduate from the Executive Leadership and Management Programme. This offers our candidates globally accredited certification in tourism. Now, as I reflect on our success of our partnerships, and indeed your own partnerships around the world, I encourage you to consider how similar collaborations can benefit your own organisation and region. Whether it's upskilling your workforce, enhancing leadership capabilities, or fostering innovation in hospitality and tourism, we are eager to explore how we can work together to support your organisation thrive in an increasingly competitive global market. Now, I highlighted our 2 campuses on the second slide, and we do boast world-leading hospitality and professional cookery facilities, but also a range of facilities. So I'd like to take just some 4 or 5 minutes to show you a video of City of Glasgow College and our campus facilities. Can I play the video, or? It's a link. Thank you. Do you want to get that, Gary? Thank you. Should just be a link on the image, Gary, I think, if you click on it. Apologies, technology is wonderful when it works. I'm happy while we're waiting if anybody would like to ask any questions about City of Glasgow College. So that was 1 week programme. So 50 students, 50 delegates came for 1 week and studied at the college 1 week. But it can be flexible, it can be bespoke. So it really just depends on the client needs. Yeah, now we have worked very closely, for example, with the Indonesian government, with the Ministry of Education. We have informed policy developments around pedagogical delivery, but also looking at key points that are very important to governments, including equality and diversity, for example, professional development training for staff. So we're keen to engage with governments.
Okay, my another question is like, it's really wonderful that you have shown so many things, and it's really great pleasure to see your college is doing. So another question from my side to you is that, do you have also any kind of like research or study kind of things that we can work on it?
Any kind of research?
Yes.
Yes, so we recently won, in fact, just in 2023, the Queen's Anniversary Award, and that research was into oxygen depletion on board a ship when in enclosed spaces. So we're very keen to engage with organisations on research opportunities. Any particular type of research that you're interested in, Beam? No, he's not. So happy to talk to you afterwards, Beam. I know we've been WhatsApping, but we can have a chat afterwards. So as I say, hospitality is certainly one of our areas of strength, but certainly marine engineering, nautical science, digital design, we're working globally in those areas. And we have a number of different international models, whether that's working in country with our staff flying to institutions to teach. So for example, in China, we deliver into their business degree programme, and we deliver 11 modules into that programme. So it substitutes modules from the college's diploma programme. And we have flying faculty who fly 4 times a year to deliver 3 weeks. Challenging during COVID, certainly. Our lecturing staff had to start teaching at 3:30 in the morning, but they did it. Thank you, Gary. So a short video about City of Glasgow College, I hope, and here we are.
This is what colleges of the future look like. Designed for learning, for real careers and real jobs that we might not yet have thought possible. They will all start here. Say hello to City of Glasgow College.
Hello.
Hello. Hola.
Yasas.
Hello.
مرحبا بكم.
Hi, Shana. Hiya.
Well, City of Glasgow College is a magical place. We have a team of some 1,300 staff, and it's built for 40,000 students. And they work each and every day for the benefit of those students.
I've always enjoyed teaching. I always enjoy passing knowledge on. But to do it in this environment, probably the best in Europe, I feel exceptionally lucky.
The staff here are amazing. You've got such a huge wealth of knowledge, so diverse. I couldn't honestly think of a better place to come and study.
We are the #1 college in Glasgow. We're the #1 college in terms of the standards for our technical and professional education in the United Kingdom. We are a college that's been recognised by the European Foundation for Quality Management as a 6-star organisation. We are a college that attracts students from right around the world. We have some 50 international partners that send us students or work with us for the benefits of our students. We've got very much a global footprint and global reputation.
City of Glasgow College has 2 stunning city centre campus sites, 10 minutes apart on both sides of the River Clyde, linked together by award-winning design and state-of-the-art facilities. Riverside campus is earning a global reputation as a high-tech launching pad for careers at sea, with a 360-degree simulator and a full-sized working ship's engine. It is what some might call the Harvard of maritime education.
We wanted to ensure that we had a campus that was the most technologically advanced, the most future-proofed, and indeed the most modern of all the 230 maritime campuses all around the world. We provide about 1/3 of all the ship's captains and chief engineers for the British merchant fleet. So we realise that we have a very important role to ensure that those ship's captains and engineers and all the other officers are trained to the highest possible standard.
Riverside campus opened its doors to students in 2015, and just a year later, the City campus, with its wealth of industry-facing facilities, completes this £228 million super campus.
First time I walked into college, I just thought, wow.
I thought this is awesome.
It's amazing.
As you can see, this fabulous gym, it's a great environment to be in. Everybody's brought together. You know, there's so many different areas to interact with each other. The library's huge as well. You know, there's so much technology. We've got all these awesome interactive boards, so it's a much better learning environment.
I don't think any of us actually expected it to be as good as it really is. It's incredible. We're still sort of pinching ourselves coming in the morning that this is where we are now teaching classes.
It's a real kind of role model for other colleges, and I think other association presidents kind of look at it and, you know, they're really envious, and I think a lot of people really strive to have that for their colleges.
This next generation college combines practical theory with classroom training that industry demands, and a wide range of courses to match.
The facilities we've got, I would have to say, would rival even the best restaurants in Scotland. And by looking at the kitchen, we've got the best quality of equipment, not because it's new, but the top of the range equipment has been purchased for the purpose for training. Likewise out front, the systems we're working with are also the best we could possibly go for.
It's setting you up for what you're actually going to do. Like most courses, you don't really get like an insight to practicing, whereas here we've got the cabin, so we can practice everything before we go into it.
I'd like to think we've always produced very industry-ready students, but now the facilities are actually supporting us in the production of these students, so it's just adding to the quality of the learning experience for everybody, both the students and the staff.
We have invested in workshops and specialist facilities that allow real-world learning, that simulate the environments, be they the bridge of a supertanker, the inside of an aircraft, or indeed an art and design studio. We've actually tried to replicate that so that we have our students graduate with industry standard skills.
This is a global player with outstanding facilities. City of Glasgow College is a powerful offering for any student looking for a future career.
So thank you very much, and it just leaves me to say, please come to Glasgow and see it for yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Day 2 of the International Conference on Transforming Hospitality with AI and Technology, sponsored by WCE Private Limited and CleanFix Chevron, hosted by SJIHMCT Palai in partnership with City of Glasgow College. I hope you all had a chance to rest and recharge after an incredible first day. Today, we build on the momentum and excitement that has already filled this room. We have another packed schedule of insightful presentations, engaging discussions, and valuable networking opportunities ahead of us. I want to extend a warm welcome to our new attendees joining us today and a hearty welcome back to our returning participants. Let's dive into another day of learning, growth, and connection. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our speakers, sponsors, and organizers for their continued support and hard work. Let's make today just as unforgettable as yesterday. We start with the first technical session of the day. The sub-theme for this session is Sustainability Initiatives. The moderator for this session is Ms. Carla Gethin, City of Glasgow College, Scotland. I welcome you onto the dais, ma'am.
Hello again. So as it's been mentioned, today's sub-theme for this panel discussion is Sustainability Initiatives. Sustainability initiatives are important in the hospitality sector as they help reduce environmental impact, conserve resources, and meet growing demand for eco-friendly practices. So I'm very much looking forward to listening to our panel speakers today, and if we could invite them to the dais. So if I could invite Mr. Naranjan Kathri, please. Mr. Radhakash Krishna Shenoy, and Chef Gary McLean. Somebody doing the introductions? Okay, so I would like to invite Mr. Rananjan Khattri to present on his topic on green technology for sustainable hospitality. Just this one.
The right one.
Yes.
Okay. Namaskara. What happens? Not coming here. Yeah. Okay. What a lovely quote shared by our forefathers. Thou shalt not put even a rose petal in the rivers. And what are we not putting in the rivers today? I'm sure you've been to many parks and you've seen, couples sitting in the park. But read the first line. We must look for that which we've been trained not to see. So the reality is something else, right? So we need to become more observant and find the real picture on the ground. And there are opportunities lurking there to be picked up if you sharpen your perceptual skills. We need some new management understanding to come, that managers must recognize environment improvement as an imperative or a necessity to focus not only on the economic dimension, but also in the social dimension and the ecological dimension. So you cannot be just hoteliers of yesterday, you have to become green hoteliers of tomorrow because your challenges are completely different from what we had in the past. Ask questions. What are we wasting and how we can add customer value by eliminating that waste? And our business for years have been designed for waste. And if we only see through the lens of the social and ecological dimension, and keeping the fact that today our population is 8 billion and another 20, 30 years, we are going to be 10 billion strong, which means that there will be inequity in all resources. Some people with privileges will get to eat omelets, and others' eggs will be broken because they will not be getting the resources that they need. And the companies that see the opportunity and embrace innovation and subject like eco-design and Six Sigma tools and bring it into the mainstream operation of hotels will be laughing their way to the bank. And this is not just a theory. Having learned this 36 years back in a remote island called Port Blair, I was nudged into this subject by two eminent people of the island, the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy and the Conservator of Forest, who politely told me, Niranjan, can you please clean up the act of the tourists? They are littering the island, they are breaking the corals, they are destroying the mangroves, please do something about it. And I said yes, sir, and did nothing for about 2.5 months because I didn't know the spelling of environment those days. I'll be very candid with you. But then the internal clock started ticking because in our business we have been taught that if you promise something to the guest, you either perform or go back to him or her and tell you cannot do or what can you do best. I could not close this loop with external stakeholders. So after 2.5 months, it occurred to me, why don't I put a small sticker on the packed lunch box which was littering the island, and we put a message there, please do not litter the island, please bring it back to the hotel for disposal. And 50% of our guests brought it back, but 50% didn't bring it back, so we shifted from cardboard packed lunch box to steel tiffin box, and that led to savings in the bottom line, and the story is very long on that. I'm just giving you a flavor of how it all started. So before we get into eco-design, etc., we need to understand a little bit of innovation. Do you have the ability to take risk? Can the hotel management colleges of this country do away with this coat and tie and be sensitive of the climate change which is already at our doorstep? And you saw it in your neighborhood in Wayanad. What happened to Wayanad? 500 people disappeared overnight. And more of this will happen unless we change the way we are doing things. We have to reduce our resource intensity by 50% because the numerator is finite and the denominator is dynamic. The population is going on increasing. There is no other option. break the existing industry norms. There are many such examples. Once you take a deep dive into it and sit in groups, you'll find that many practices are not sustainable at all. Offer latest service design that's not been thought of by the guest. You know, we didn't ask for internet. It came, and when it came, we lapped it up very quickly. So, having said this, I'll give you an example of asking a question from my engineer. Hey, how many trees have you cut to make this hotel that I was operating in Port Blair? He gave me a figure of 500 trees must have been cut. I said, go and plant 20,000 trees. We couldn't plant 20,000 trees because we have 87% forest cover. So symbolically, we planted 1,500 saplings in the airport in partnership with the Airport Authority of India, and we called it Compensatory Depository Afforestation. This was 1989. And in 2005, the United Nations made a rule that this needs to be scaled up, compensatory depository afforestation. So a lot of things that we did way back in 88 to 92 got scaled up by either government organization or by international organizations. As a matter of fact, all the 17 initiatives that we had unleashed in Port Blair between 88 to 92, we did not know the vocabulary those days, but when the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals were put in the public domain in 2015, there are 17 indicators in that. We found that we had conformed to all the 17 indicators without knowing the terminology or the vocabulary of eco-design and the environment. And India is a signatory to the Paris Agreement, and we have promised that we'll reduce our carbon intensity by decarbonizing, and if we don't, then we'll have this why not picture in many parts of the world, not only in India. So way back in 2000, we did a small experiment of cooking food for about 15 people with the solar concentrator in our head office. It worked very well, but it was not feasible to do it on a scale of this nature. So we worked on this, and in 2009 we installed a larger version of this, and this concentrator tracks the sun, like the sunflower tracks the sun and gives you sunflower. This tracks the sun, captures the heat, and it converts water into steam, and the steam is transported to the kitchen and to the cafeteria for cooking. So we have disconnected ourselves from fossil fuel and started decarbonizing on a scale. And as we speak today, our company has already installed 300 megawatts of renewable energy in different forms. It was not mandated, but we went beyond compliance. It's very easy to dig our heels and say, oh, but this is what the law says. The laws are normally made for a common denominator. We need to move away from that. And as future students, ask questions and say, why can't it be done this way or that way? This is another example of the hotel that we have in Bangalore. It's called the ITC Gardenia, where the lobby is completely non-AC. So look at the cascading impact of reducing energy consumption and water consumption. Energy and water are like Siamese twins. There's a nexus between the two, and this is a very poorly understood subject. And you can do some exercise on all these tips that I'm giving you in the college and enhance your own knowledge. Now, what should be the design be for the hotels in the future? Yesterday also I mentioned that we need to shed the coat and tie. What's the logic? The logic is that we are very comfortable at 28 degrees centigrade, right? And we have a challenge with regards to climate change that from pre-industrial age till now, we have 2,900 gigawatts of CO2 we combusted. We have already combusted about 1,900 gigawatt. So we are fooling around with just 10 or 11 gigawatt. And that is unequally divided between various countries. And therefore, we have to take measures which helps to reduce our consumption of energy and water by 50% or more wherever possible. And for your information, for every degree that you raise the temperature, say from 20 degrees to 26 degrees in rooms, you save 6%. That's music to my ears as an operator. And there are many such opportunities lurking in hotel design. There's a campus, NIT is a software company, you must be aware of it. They have got a 90-acre campus and they have got non-AC buildings. What they have done is they're using the earth heating and cooling system. The temperature 9 feet below the earth is always 23 degrees. So in summer, if you pump this air into the room, you're getting the air conditioning effect. So we went on a day when the outside temperature was 42 degrees and went inside the college in some room like this, and the temperature there was 28. And in winter it acts as heat. And we haven't tapped this technology, and I think you're very lucky that you have 52 acres of land, so you have the luxury of trying out these things and then scaling it up. Hopefully next time when I come for a speech, in another 2-3 years, hopefully, this hall will be cooled with earth heating and cooling. You know, we are so dependent on farmers, and yet we take them for granted. And from farm to fork, we waste so much food. It hurts me. In India, 50% of the farm produce does not reach the cities because of the lack of a cold chain infrastructure. So we, as colleges and hotels, need to do small pilots in nearby regions and help the farmers to move away from current farming practices to use of, poly house, net house, operating with drip irrigation. And in India, we generate about 1.3 billion tons of cow manure. The dry weight is about 500 million tons. Now, if this cow manure is converted into biogas, and biogas into bio-CNG, and bio-CNG into CO2, and CO2 is converted into dry ice, you'll change the architecture of rural India by having cold storages not dependent on the grid, but on the resource which is available over there. So these are the kind of things that we need to do with the farming sector. India and world over, there were sacred groves which the community protected and they did not allow anybody to touch it. But of late, all over the world, we are seeing that people are encroaching on these sacred groves and making homes and stuff like that. Kerala is also famous for its sacred groves. And here's an opportunity for the college to create a small corner, even with just 1,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet, and set up a grove so that the college kids get to see sustainable development in practice as opposed to being some theoretical subject. And the logic of the sacred grove is it's got various kinds of endemic plants. The plants which are grown here should not get something outside. That's not the right way of doing it. And then nurture it. And if more and more people do it, we'll again regenerate our forests which have disappeared. In 1947, when I was not born, I look like 200 years old, the forest cover in the country was 47%. Today it's come down to about 18 to 20%. And I don't know what will happen another 20, 30 years with our population moving from 1.4 billion to 1.50 billion. So when I moved out of the company, I moved to Bangalore and I started this bank called Bank of Nutrition, where I found an NGO was working with poor children and giving them free education. He was taking care of the nutrition of the mind, but not taking care of the nutrition of the body. I said, look, why don't you start Bank of Nutrition where you nurture 6-7 kind of saplings like moringa, papaya, guava, lime, amla, banana. And if Carla is a poor lady living in a hut, it's given to her, she plants it behind her house, and she gets the fruits of the trees. I'm not going to go to her house and say, give me a guava or give me amla. No, that's not the intent. That way we raise the entire nutritional profile of the whole family, because in India, 75% of people are malnourished. And we need cost-effective methods of people's movement of proof of concept which has been set up. And what started with just one, now it has crossed the figure of 300, and some people are working towards increasing the numbers to 2,500 villages. Now the collateral benefit of this Bank of Nutrition is that the birds and the bees come back. They do their work silently, and if you are farming in that area, your yield goes up, right? Plus these plants and trees also harvest water naturally. And there are many other benefits. I'm not going to go into detail of it. I'm sharing with you ideas which are very cost effective. Now if you turn around and say, I don't have money, 5 rupees for a sapling, I said, okay, perfectly all right. Can the college collect all the papaya seeds that you might be using, or the chiku seeds, or whichever seeds are there? Create a seed bank and use that seed bank to make your own sacred grow and then give it to others also. Lead by example. Today there's a paucity of leaders who are not leading by example. There's a huge paucity of such leaders. We need many leaders of this nature. So and this task was done very innovatively. The children were told to dig pits in their house and take care of it with the help of their parents. At a young age, we are imparting them knowledge of what's in store for them with regards to climate change, and learn these life skills. And indirectly, we are putting money in the parents' pocket, because when the fruits grow, they have excess of it, they sell it in the market. These are some of the pictures before, after, 1 year later on, right? And it's very important that we have to protect our soil. Our soil is degraded all over the world. We're using too much chemical fertilizers. And soil erosion is a problem. There's a vetiver grass. If it's planted on the banks of the ponds, etc., then it binds the soil. Then we taught these children to make ponds in the poor farmers' land. So if Satish is a poor farmer, we ask him, give us 5% of your land, and he gives 5% of the land, and the balance money is got through some good donors, and a pond is made. So this initiative started in 2022, and it started in 2022. Tumkuru district, for your information, is a water-stressed region. So when Satish started this pond initiative, everybody laughed at him. There's no rain, so we are making a pond. 2 days later, it rained heavily and his pond got filled up, and then 38 more farmers made ponds. And as we speak today, the numbers are 107. The numbers are neither here or there. The point that I'm trying to make is that how do we make people do things for themselves as opposed to waiting for the government to do it? That's the point that I'm trying to make. And the kids get to see it at a young age, very important. And they are, as you know, kids are very impressionable, and they will grow up and do these things on a better scale or on a greater scale. Here, some pictures are there. I'm sure most of you know the story of David and Goliath. Yes, raise your hands. How many of you know the story of David and Goliath? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, for the benefit of those who don't know what's the story of David and Goliath, in the olden days they had a very efficient form of fighting. So they decided that I'm David and Satish is Goliath, and we say, hey, we don't want the entire armies to fight with each other. Let's the strongest man from one side come forward, and another strong man comes from the other side, and they fight, and whoever wins, then the other party says, okay, we have lost, and the war is over. This is an example of resource efficiency to a great extent. Fantastic. Now, if you look at this picture, look at David. David has got heavy armor, chest armor, shield, spear, and there's a sword also. That picture is not here. The sword, in this picture, the sword is not there. He's carrying a sword. And there is David. He's asset light, as the hoteliers normally use this word very often. We are going to be asset light. Here I'm calling it resource light. The guy has just got a sling. He's very good with his sling. And he says, I'm going to fight this guy. And then he takes some stone from the ground, smooth one, and his aim is so good that he hits him on the forehead. Poor Goliath is stunned. He falls down. He runs, picks up his sword, and neutralizes him. So I think we as future hoteliers have to become mentally agile and resource agile and be more like David than Goliath. And the point that I'm trying to make is that decentralization is the need of the day. We have to move away from landfill sites. They're sending too much stuff to the landfill site. Our landfill sites size is about 1,546 square kilometers. And with a business as usual approach, the land requirement for a landfill site was going to be 3,546 square kilometers of precious land on the edge of the cities. Suboptimal use of resources. The landfill sites are a manifestation of my and your inefficiencies. So regeneration is the new mantra. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So thank you very much, Mr Narinjan Khatri, and Chairperson, for this panel discussion today. That was a very interesting presentation, and certainly around the importance of embracing innovation solutions that will derive competitive advantage. But I think in your very first slides, you were very keen to stress that management should just not focus on the economic value, but also the social dimension. Innovation, I believe, is the ability to take risk, and I think that's very important. Your examples around climate initiative, resilience within the farming sector were very interesting and very pertinent to this sub-theme today, and how energy inefficient technologies can reduce the carbon footprint of hotels, but also other business sectors, including farming. And you mentioned briefly about the importance of education to make sure that these sustainable practices are taught to our students to support this in the future. So thank you very much. So I would now like to invite Mr Radhakrishna Shenoy to present on his topic, and that's waste reduction and recycling. Thank you.
Good morning, all of you. How are you guys today? Okay, so I represent SJIHMCT. Now, SJIHMCT is a Kerala brand in the hospitality industry. It's also a family-run business, which is into its third generation now. The first generation started off with Mr. Dominic Joseph, who ran the Malabar Hotel, which is now the Taj Malabar, for 15 years, and subsequently established the Casino Hotel in 1957, which operates today. The second generation, as they came into the business, we saw iconic properties starting up. First one was Bangaram Island in Lakshadweep, followed by, in Kerala, we had Spice Village, Coconut Lagoon, Marari Beach, all iconic hotels. When we set up those properties, or when the family set up those properties, these were not destinations, these were all exotic areas, but now all of these have turned into destinations. Now with the third generation coming in, we are looking at going pan-India. And also, while the second generation set up the wellness, with the hospitality, they also added wellness with iconic properties like Kalari Kovilakam and Prakriti Shakti. Like, these are properties that focused on Ayurveda, hospitals in fact, not hotels. Now with the third generation coming in, they are focusing on villas, stays, personalized holidays, and this is going to be the future. We're going to go pan-India. But the turnaround happened in 1988, the government opening up Bangaram Island. Now Bangaram is an island in Lakshadweep archipelago. You've all heard of Lakshadweep, have you? You resonate with the movie Anarkali? Yeah, beautiful islands. So our story starts there. Because we were a hotel in Cochin, because logistics was very important, we were also invited for a tender for which Mr. Jose Dominic, that time he was looking after the operations, he made a visit to the island only to see how beautiful it was and also how fragile it was, that any kind of big construction or anything of that sort can impact the ecology of island. 1 degree to 2 degrees difference in water temperature could destroy the coral islands altogether. So having realized this, in his pitch, he put forth that he will use the existing infrastructure, which were a few huts that were existing at that point of time. He will take those, maybe a bit of intervention in some areas there, and then he would start off the project in 3 months, whereas everybody else who put in the tender, they said that we're going to construct some big thing over there, and it's going to take some 2-3 years to do it. So of course there was a financial impact that we proposed also, and fortunately we got the opportunity to start the hotel there, but only to realize how challenging it was to run it, because logistics was extremely poor, and we had to use whatever was available on the island at that point of time. Now, what we were also one more thing was that there was a stipulation that 80% of your employment has to be locals, and the locals there were basically islanders who have no good sense of what even a mainland looks like. Forget hospitality and other things. So we had to use them 80%. So the product that we started selling off was very basic, simple rooms with minimum facilities, but the abundance of nature around. And soon we started getting people coming in, mostly foreigners, and we also noticed that they started coming back every year. And the only thing they had to say was that please do not change anything. There are very few places in the world like this, even if you have to increase your price. And talking of price, at that moment, we were charging what the finest hotels of India were charging. Something like $200 or $180 at that point of time in 1988. Whereas, all these hotels who were successfully operating in India, while they were advertising on the facilities that they had, we were advertising on the facilities that we didn't have, because there was no air conditioning, there was no hot water, no facilities at all. It was a very simple room, and yet we were getting that amount. So the learning for us in there was the definition of luxury. First thing is less is more, and that luxury doesn't necessarily mean a built space. It is the richness of the experience or the nature around at Bangaram that gave us that. So with that learning, armed with that learning, we came back to Kerala, and then we started off these iconic hotels like Spice Village, all these hotels that I've talked about. We still continue with them. And now in today's kitty, CJHMCT kitty, we own and operate 24 units. Again, based on 3 verticals, that's leisure, wellness, and villas. Okay, in 2005, Casino rebranded as CJH Earth. Until that time, everybody knew us as Casino Group of Hotels, which is again CJH Earth. But the rebranding came as Clean, Green, Healthy Earth, and that's the name of our company. Along with this rebranding, we also defined a few core values which we will be using for anything and everything that we do. These non-negotiable core values read as caring for environment, which is basically anything that we do, we try to make sure the environmental impact is minimum. Being one with the local ethos, which means that wherever we go, we take the inspiration or the sense of that place into the architecture, the food, or any kind of experiences. And third one being working with local communities, which basically says that when we grow in that community, when we grow, the community grows along with us. So this was these were the core values that were defined, and any of our properties would follow them meticulously. So basically, any CJH hotel, if you look at it, it's fundamental to have a strong plan and process for basically waste management. I think there's a clear plan there for all our hotels. Conservation and managing use of natural resources, there's a plan there. Pollution control measures, definitely there's a plan there. There's also a plan for material purchase that's optimized use, community involvement, and sensitizing people and team on sustainability. So this is basically when we go to a place, this is how we operate. Now coming to the subject of sustainability and waste management. In a CJH context, wastage generally extends to human, material, resource, and emission. If you look at point number 1 and 2, the question here is how does one plan a space that consumes less and reduces footprint? For us, traditionally, by default, we will go to the local architecture, what is available there, and how they use natural materials into the building. So, second one is how do you spread out your space? In fact, how do you maximize nature, minimize the built areas so that there's minimum impact to the nature? The third one is using clever designs. How can you open up spaces so that you can have a free air movement, thereby minimizing air conditioning and other things? I can take an example of Marari Beach, which is our hotel in Alapi. Now here, when we came to that destination, we didn't want the hotel to look different from the village around. So we used the local villages, how they build their huts, basically coconut leaf thatch. And that's what they used, that's what we used into the architecture. So also our lobby and reception, we have kept these spaces open so that there's cross ventilation, and none of these spaces are air conditioned. Even in summer, April, when the temperatures are really high, I think there's no need for an air condition. So that way, it's not only ecologically beneficial, but we also end up saving nearly 15 lakhs every year because there's no AC there. The second point here is basically efficient machinery. How do you plan when you're in the construction mode, when you're planning for the hotel? How do you bring in these efficient equipment so that your cost of operations also reduced and there's less impact? How do you use technology that consumes less fuel? In fact, I can give you a very recent example. We have, for our hot water generation, traditionally we were using a conventional method, of course with solar and the diesel boiler, but we have adopted a new technology now, which uses solar and gas. And here, 300 days in a year, it's completely on solar. It's only the 65 days when it may rain, may not rain, when it goes into gas. And our cost, which were 40 lakhs for a Marari beach, it was 40 lakhs, it came down to 4 lakhs in a year. So it's not only saving of money, but it's also saving of the fuel, less impact. Yeah. Of course, wastewater, how do you recycle? Also rainwater, how do you harvest? These are things that comes in. Point number 3 and 4, 3, 4, 5 is basically on how do you manage the physical waste as we know of it. See, in a hotel, the physical waste is not very different from household. It's only the scale that is different. So we have two types, basically solid and liquid. When you talk about solid waste, it's about your garden waste and food waste, both of which can be composted. It's organic. The non-organic is where you have the plastic and metal and other things that come in. Now, plastic, I'll come to it a little later. It's a very tricky situation. Metal has value. People can buy it. Glass, how do you manage glass waste? There are machines which you can powder, make it into sand, and it's as good as, you can just use it as sand, or reintroduce it into the construction again. Batteries, e-waste, definitely we need a specialized vendor to handle this because we will not be able to take care of it. Now coming to liquid, there is, of course, the human waste, then there is kitchen waste, there's laundry and other things, which, of course, you need a ETP or an STP for this. With a little bit of screening, I think this can be treated and brought back as water for the garden. Coming to plastic waste, I did mention it's a little tricky because it's getting complicated. So there's no clear solution for plastic. I think the whole idea is you can only do by reducing. Okay, so basically you need to, when you're into operations, you need to have a clear vision on circularity of plastic. That means how can it be repurposed, reused, so that it doesn't end up as waste. Definitely innovation. We can introduce newspaper converted to paper bags, bamboo straws. Definitely no to single-use plastic. This one is a very dangerous thing. Even if you try to recycle this, there are 3 different types of plastic here. Now, how do you manage these 3 different types of plastic? It's very difficult. So you need to come up with some kind of an innovative practice. So, in fact, in 2014, at Brunton Boatyard, we started the bottling water for our units. And only for that year at Brunton Boatyard, we ended up saving almost 70,000 plastic bottles, which would otherwise have gone. By starting this, we have not used the 70,000, which is a big saving. Earlier in the days, there used to be the 3 R's, that is reduce, reuse, recycle. But now that's gone to the 7 R's, which is basically reduce, reuse, recycle, repurpose, repair, regift, recover. It can go on. But the idea is that you try to do something with plastic. Also, it's very important that whoever vendors we are using, we need to understand what they are doing with it. I think you need to have a visit there, check with them. They shouldn't be just going to dumping it in some area. They should have a clear policy on how they are managing it, and that should be our policy. The last one is managing gaseous emission, which is basically wherever you have fuel being burnt, there's going to be some kind of emission. And so it's about what fuel do you use? Are you using clean fuel? And second is, do you have some kind of a scrubber or something where it doesn't get into the environment? We can control it that way. Point number 6 is very important, managing material procurement and usage. Now here, for a CJH's belief is that our scale should be small. Now you cannot have a 300-room hotel having big banquet facilities, and all those things, and then say become sustainable. It's extremely difficult. So the scale of what we do is very important, and for CJH's we try to keep the scale at minimum so that your impact is minimum. We have interesting concepts called the second aspect is of menu. Now, you go to a restaurant, we have a book as a menu. There will be some 100, 200 dishes on it. With that, now you're saying that please manage waste. It's absolutely impossible. So many dishes is impractical. You cannot have it on the menu. Because it will definitely generate waste, and it's going to be a shortcut. The food that's coming out of that kitchen will never be good. Have only 10 dishes which are extremely good so that it just gets consumed fully. So this is one approach that we take, for which we have interesting concepts in our units called, in Spice Village we have a restaurant called 50 Mile, where all the procurement is from that 50-mile radius, except maybe salt, because that's not available in that 50 mile. And then there is a farm kitchen at Marari, where there's a restaurant set up in the middle of a kitchen garden, where the guest also experiences this by going and harvesting the vegetable, picking it up, bringing it, cooking it with the chef, and dining it. It's a communal dining. So these are ways in which we can, try to minimize our scale. So our strong philosophy with food is that food should not travel. You buy from your local vendor than bringing in stuff that's exotic stuff from the best quality from around the world and putting it in your refrigerator for years and using it. That doesn't work. We prefer an artisanal producer, a product from an artisanal producer, because his product will be grown with good amount of tender love, and it will be more purer than when we procure it from a brand which is basically bulk produced using all these stabilizers and other things. So so that's one strong thing that we believe. We can also offer products on request. Not necessarily we need to put up everything in the room. If somebody wants it, you ask for it, we'll give you that, rather than just putting it, and this consumption is also reduced. Buy organic as much as possible, not only in terms of food, but it's also in terms of the packaging that comes with it, or it can be also chemicals. How do you buy organic? Also, one of the biggest issues faced by the procurement is now it comes packaged. It comes packaged in plastic. How do you manage this packaging? How do you recycle it? So that's a very challenging thing that is there. We need to have a plan for it. Now, people. People is our biggest strength. We need to have a strong process and plan on how we align people with the sustainability concept. We have a program called the CG, we have a CGS cell, something we have taken in from the political parties. Basically, everybody has a cadre. It's where the ideologies are infused in these people. So we have something called a CJH's cell where we do something very similar. So this idea of sustainability is imbibed in people who come and join us. And they are there to propagate. They are also host and co-owners of this ideology, so that they can take it forward in the day-to-day use. And we'll be only happy when they take it to their homes and the communities. This is our ultimate goal. Now, innovation is something that has to go with this whole process, sustainability, because if you look at managing plastic waste or many complex things, a straight process never helps. You need to have innovation coming in at some point so that we actually manage it. So here are we have waste to decor initiatives. In fact, all our Christmas, New Year decorations are completely made with recycled paper all the bills that come in, all the account sheets, all those things that we keep in, all that ends up as decor. It's not only for Christmas, but also for all celebrations that we have. We also innovate, we involve the guests also into this whole process. So they also join us in this celebration, and so they also get educated on this whole process. Okay, point number 9, I think there was a whole day yesterday, tech point of view. I think IoTs are coming out in a very, I think there's a technology called Matter, which is going to be, it's going to come up in a big way. And what IoTs help, how do they help us? Is basically they give you the insights when you, whenever you want to know how much you're consuming. I think with IoTs you get this insight, and so decision making is very quick. There are ESG tools in the market that help you understand what is the impact of your company, and I think everybody should start using those. It's not mandatory in India, it's only in countries abroad that ESG is mandatory, but maybe here as well. One technology that I would like to point out here is induction. You have induction cookers at home. When you compare it with hotel, we have these burners, in the kitchen. Chefs sometimes show off their skills by heavy burners, firing it up, making some fire. But unfortunately, these burners are only 30% effective, which means 70% of the gas that is burning is not heating the pan, it's heating your environment. So there, induction, when it comes in, it's only the pan that's getting hot. So that way it's really efficient. And chefs would love it because it actually brings down the temperature of the kitchen, makes it very effective for them to work. So induction, we did try an experiment in the year 2015 at Brunton Boatyard, where we made it completely flameless. But then the problem was that, of course, we don't have that anymore, because the vendor we used was an Indian vendor he had the technology, but it was not so evolved, so we started getting problems. Now, the burner, something happens, you quickly call somebody and get it. But the whole burner, conks off. How do you cook your food? That was a big problem. Sorry. So maybe nowadays the technology is evolved and we have some good products with support available. So I think that's something that people should switch to. Yeah, so in a nutshell, I just want to highlight a CGH model, which basically is, so I'm only saying that this is also a model that can be profitable. So if you look at the model, it's basically small operations. We celebrate local, we are simple, we are intimate and experiential with a high focus on sustainability and RT. It's basically low footfall but high value product. So end of the day, you make both your top lines and your bottom lines. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Radhakrishna Shenoy, for that very interesting presentation. It was very interesting to hear about the CGH Earth story and, of course, just the CGH Earth model that you presented there. I thought it was very interesting to hear about your advertising and marketing and how that's around less is more. It's not about the built space, but more about the nature around them, and the fact that your price point is up there with luxury hotels who have those facilities. Indeed, your expansion around that concept. To embed sustainable practices, you highlighted that it was essential to have a strong plan and process in place, and indeed we could see that through your CGH blueprint, particularly around the technologies to embed sustainable practices, but also your recycling practices around circular economy and the reuse of those plastics. I did think as well your empowering people was a very important point as advocates of sustainable practices. So thank you for your examples and your core values, which I think epitomise sustainable practices within the hospitality sector. Thank you. So I'd now like to invite Chef Gary McLean to present on his topic, the double-edged sword of artificial intelligence in hospitality and some sustainable practices around that.
Hi everyone, how are we? It's nice to see so many students here, and hopefully you'll find this my presentation useful. Basically what I wanted to do with this segment was to really put a kind of my personal experience and what I've seen over the years and what I've done when it comes to being more sustainable. And I just want to, I've got a couple of things to say before I start that you can think about as I speak. So food waste, if it was a country, would be the third worst contributor of CO2 gases in the world. So that's food waste alone. Quite incredible. And this might sound a bit strange, but as a chef or a hotel manager, a restaurant manager, and this is to the students, what do you think your prime job is? You know, and I'm sure you're probably thinking about customer care and looking after your staff and keeping things safe. Your job is to make money, to make profit. You could be the best chef, best manager, nicest, most organized. If you don't make money, you're not in the job. So, and this will link back to being sustainable. This will link back, because every time and every single thing that you do, that you bring in to your business, will save money. Reduction, reducing, not using, saves money. So have a think about that. It's not, much as I love the planet, there's a benefit to this in the long term for your own career and your own advancement in our industry, which is getting tougher. Scotland is green mad to the extent that almost every policy that we have is about the environment. We are firmly the world leaders in our green policies, and I would say that even over and above England. We have a separate agenda. So things like single-use plastic has been banned for years in Scotland. No plastic straws, no plastic spoons, no plastic cups. Everything's got to be reusable. I have 7 different bins in my home, and I have to separate every single thing from tin to plastic to paper to general waste to metal to glass, food waste, garden waste. It's all separate. If I don't separate it, I get fined. So there's a major drive in Scotland to be environmentally friendly. And I think it's in the mindset of a lot of people. But what I want to do with my time here is to talk about my experiences as a chef. And hopefully that resonates with you guys. Okay? So over the years, I've worked a lot with Zero Waste Scotland. And my role mainly has to been offering suggestions to the general public on how to save on food waste. But my main drive with that is always financial. My main drive is always offering people a better solution to not spending as much money on groceries. You know, the family budgets are tight. So my thoughts are I'm always drive it through the fact that I can save people money. And the plus point of that is it's better for the environment. As a chef, I've seen firsthand the incredible amount of food waste each day in restaurants and hotels and even homes around the world. We live in a society where convenience often trumps sustainability and cost, and the consequences are staggering that we're now seeing. The 2 gentlemen before us were talking about the impact in India on weather. It's happening everywhere. Scotland no longer has a summer. We don't have it. We don't have the sun. We don't have warmth. Not only does food waste contribute to environmental degradation and climate change, it also represents a significant missed opportunity for businesses to reduce costs and increase profits. When I first started out as a chef in 1987, my biggest fear in the kitchen was being caught throwing food out. So putting something in your bin that could have been used. Back then, the head chef would come to your section and upturn your bin and go through your rubbish to make sure that you hadn't flung away anything. And it was nothing to do with the environment back then. We knew nothing about greenhouse gases or global warming. It was all about GP. And do you know what that means? Gross profit. So anything that could have been sold had to be used. We had to do extraordinary things to ensure nothing was wasted. I remember after filleting fish, I had to steam the head and the bones and scrape out all the flesh. That would then be utilised in a vast number of ways. The bones would then be used to make stock. Grand buffets in hotels were huge in the 80s and 90s in Scotland and in Britain in general. Buffet operations incur a lot of food waste. Back then, but we repurposed everything. If it couldn't be used for paying customers, it would be sent to the staff canteen. Absolutely nothing was wasted. Fast forward a few years, I then started running large hospitality groups, and we used to buy lots of existing hotels and restaurants. And the first thing I would do when I took over a new business is I would get rid of the waste disposal units, because the profit went down went down the drain. When I opened my own places, I made a priority to implement strategies that minimise food waste. From sourcing locally grown ingredients to develop menus that utilised every part of the animal or plant. I've seen firsthand the benefits of a more sustainable approach to cooking. Not only have we reduced our environmental footprint, but we've also saved money and attracted new customers. We appreciate our commitment to sustainability, and it's a huge part of my identity. I firmly believe that every business has a responsibility to address food waste in a meaningful way. And I'm looking at you guys here, the future of our industry. And you are sitting there just now, and I don't know what year you are in, but the power you guys are going to yield over the next 30 and 40 years in our industry is quite incredible. The amount of buying power and the amount of decision making that you have is quite phenomenal, just in this one room. It'll be hundreds of millions of dollars of potential spend. And if you guys have the right mindset, you can actually change things for the better. Also, embracing new technologies and collaborating with food rescue organisations. And again, we touched on that, with 50% of farmers' produce not making market because it's the wrong bloody shape. I mean, it's bonkers. So I'm here to share my experience and insights. My day job as an educator, I've seen the knowledge and interest on environmental concerns grow year by year, and the new students are starting with us. There's an expectation from that generation coming through that we are doing our best for the planet. This interest covers everything from reduced energy consumption to ethical sourcing, and of course food waste. Gen Zs have grown up with environmental concerns bombarding them every day. It's now their world, and they care a lot about what we are doing with it. In terms of adopting new strategies in the workplace, most of the staff are being informed and concerned that Gen Zs, I feel, when we're teaching Gen Z, we feel as though we're pushing against an open door. We've recently introduced a food waste unit into our curriculum, and the idea behind the unit is we incorporate food waste learning into absolutely every single lesson. Reducing food waste in restaurants and hotels can be achieved through a number of combined strategies that aim to minimise overproduction, managing inventory efficiently, kitchen design and use of technology. And this is what this conference is all about. There is loads and loads of ways technology can help. So designing menus that utilise ingredients across a number of dishes. Again, I was really happy to hear, get your menus cut to 10 items that are really good. Gone are the days of the big massive menus. Implement portion control measures to ensure customers receive the appropriate size servings. Reduces the likelihood of uneaten food being returned to the kitchen. I also think you learn as a chef, looking at the customer's plates, coming back is a much better exercise than looking at them going out. A plate coming back tells you more about your food than the plate going out, and you'll see patterns. The first time I did this exercise, I was the veg cook in a massive hotel. I was 17, and it was Christmas time. And at Christmas, we have the dreaded Brussels sprout on every plate, several of them. And as the veg cook, you spent half your life prepping Brussels sprouts. And I remember going past the plate wash one day, and I'm looking at the plates coming back in from the restaurant, and almost every plate had 2 or 3 Brussels sprouts on it. And I'm not thinking about the cost, and I'm not thinking about the environment. I'm thinking about my prep time. So I did an exercise, and I did it over a couple of days, and I put it on a piece of paper for the chef and said, look, chef, we're going to save some money here. Can we half the amount of Brussels sprouts on the plate because they're all going in the bin? And they did. And I got half my week back because I wasn't prepping sprouts. So it was a real eureka moment for me. When I became a head chef, I banned them. I didn't put them on the plates at Christmas. But in general, I regularly monitor food waste levels and analyse the sort of root causes of what might be causing it. The use of technology, such as food waste tracking software, can collect data really quickly. So there's actually an AI bin or trash can, rubbish bin, and you use that at the dishwash station, and any waste food goes into the bin. The bin will analyse and give you a report back of what's going in the bin. And I wish I had that with my Brussels sprouts days, because they saved me scrolling on a bit of paper. But there's that information there, and that information is power, and that power can change your profit and the planet. So again, we spoke briefly about reducing the size of your menu. Again, I was very guilty of big menus. I ran middle market restaurants, hundreds of them. And my idea was, when I saw a family of 4 coming up to my front door, I wanted something on the menu for each of them. So if it was granny, baby, ma, pa, I wanted something for everyone. So I had these sort of big eclectic menus. And it did bring people in, but I think that time has changed. Stock management. So again, AI is perfect for that, automated ordering. You know, looking at patterns, looking at maybe unexpected things or seasonality. AI can help with all of that. But even go back to simpler things like having proper order sheets that have a record of what you're buying also helps. And a good relationship with your suppliers, your local suppliers, is the first port of call for me. If I'm ever writing a menu, I phone the supplier and ask them what's good, what do they want to sell me, and inevitably that is what is in season and is what is at their prime, because your suppliers are just as passionate about quality and consistency and customer satisfaction as we are. So always remember to use your suppliers as a tool, because they know more than you when it comes to the running of menus. Simple stuff like rotating perishable items. And again, I know it sounds simple, but I so often don't see it. It needs to be done. Keeping an eye on your food, labelling systems. So you can buy a labelling system, guys, it's really cheap. You can program it with everything. You can set your allergens, you can set how long it's to last, and it's a touch of a button, your staff can print a label. It's just simple things. However, the key to bringing anything in, whether it's AI, whether it's a robot, whether it's a simple labelling system, whether it's a new ordering system, you need to bring the staff on board with you. And it has to be simple. It has to be easier than the system you're replacing it by. There's also great savings when it comes to equipment investment. And again, AI ovens, you don't overcook food. You save on weight reduction if you're roasting things. So invested in things like modern blast chills, and I don't see many of them in India, but invested in a blast chill when you're cooking, chilling, and then reusing. If you cool it quickly, it lasts longer. Simple as that. Changing and investing in refrigeration. So under-counter fridges with doors that you open and shut 75,000 times a week won't hold their temperature. So again, investing in things like drawer fridges where only a portion of the unit is open. The rest of the time it is keeping temperature. If it's keeping temperature, your food's safer and will last longer. Staff training, so proper food handling techniques, storage techniques that increase shelf life, and that's all of the above: blast chills, fridges, labelling, first in, first out. And creative use of leftovers, and I don't mean the leftovers that come back from the customer, obviously, but there's always food, so there's an opportunity there, especially. I think a lot of you guys are going to be working in a lot of the bigger 5-star hotels. You've got an opportunity there to sort of develop your own skill, especially as a young chef, using up those things that you can make, your own creation for the staff. And I tell you, the staff are the hardest people you'll ever cook in your whole career. So if you can keep them happy, you're sure to keep the customers happy. Portion flexibility, again, it's just another offer for your customer. Not everyone wants to eat the same. Composting and food donation, again, great for the environment. At the college, we have what's called a rocket, and this is it's the size of this stage, and it's a machine that we put our food waste in one end, and it comes out as compost in the other. And we then give that compost away in 10-kilo bags to community gardens and our own gardens at college. What the video didn't show you is we've got 7 gardens that grow food in the college. And they're also classrooms. Sorry, I'm on my computer here. I'm normally on cards. So the feedback loop and continuous improvement. So solicit feedback from staff and customers to identify opportunities. As I was talking about our Gen Z students coming through, some of these young people are more in tune with the environment than a lot of our staff. So we do listen and we do take on board. Continually evaluate, refine your food waste reduction strategies and maximise the effectiveness of that. And implementing these strategies in restaurants and hotels can significantly reduce food waste while simultaneously improving operational efficiency. And I hope I've sort of left you with food for thought there, especially our students at the back. So working hand in hand with the environment will increase your margins, and that could stand you in good stead in your career. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gary. I thought that first statistic was an exceptionally worrying one, that if food waste was a country, it would be the third worst country to contribute to carbon emissions. Quite a worrying statistic to start with. But thank you in terms of your presentation there and talking about the Scottish context, certainly in leading in green policies, as I'm sure a number of countries are, particularly in the use of single-use plastics. And there has been a major environmental drive within Scotland for both businesses and households around recycling. And it's definitely having a positive impact in sustainable practices. It was interesting also to hear about your role with Zero Waste Scotland and your experience around food waste. I think there's been a focus around the financial savings that are available around food waste in addition to the environmental impact. You mentioned a couple of times about the importance of our students in the hall today, and you are our future. You are important in terms of driving sustainable practices into the future. Educators, as you mentioned, Gary, also have an important role. And certainly at City, you've highlighted some of those sustainable practices in terms of the curriculum, but also in terms of our 7 gardens that we have and the rocket that you mentioned. I've not seen the rocket yet. I must come and see the rocket in terms of composting food waste. But I really did find the Brussels sprout story really quite entertaining, so thank you. That shouldn't be the takeaway, but it is. So thank you to each of the presenters, and I would now like to invite Mr. Naranjan Khattri, the chairman for this panel session, to summarise today's panel session. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the job. It's like sucking a football through a 50-feet hosepipe, but nevertheless, I'll make an attempt. I think we went through a very good round by the earlier speakers, and talking about SJIHMCT and Dominic. When Dominic was working on the West Coast, I was on the East Coast in the islands, so we did not know each other at that time. Dominic was very lucky that he was the owner and he would drive the change. And I was running an existing hotel where I had to do a lot of retrofitting in my service design. The hotel was already ready, and what we did in our hotel was to realize that what we were doing was a very, very, very nano initiative, and it was imperative for us to scale it up. And in scaling up, you can only be successful when the scale-up happens in different geographies seamlessly. And that's the true test of innovation. With regards to Dominic, he has made a very niche product, which is beautiful, wonderful. And I envy him, he was commanding a premium of $200, where we were charging about $50, $60 in the eastern region. The point that I'm trying to lead you all towards is how do we get the concepts of SJIHMCT to be mainstreamed? And that's a tall order. And having said this, the green building movement is taking traction in the country. As we speak today, 11 billion square feet of green building is already in place, but this is merely a drop in a country of our size where there are millions of other buildings being made without any without having the nuances of a green building. And we need to see how we share this knowledge seamlessly with our communities wherever we are. And here again, some of the general managers will say, oh my God, we're increasing our work. The idea is not to increase the work, to do it through your own staff, because sometimes the staff live in very seamy sides of the cities where they are, and how do we help them to improve on that and bring those small elements inside. And with regards to Gary had a huge laundry list of what he did, but I have a question for Gary. In the video that was shown about the college, a lot of eggs are being broken. What happens to the shells, egg shells? Oh, you compost it? Yes. And then thereafter, what do you do with that?
We give it to community gardens, and we use the compost for our own gardens. And we produce hundreds of kilos of compost through food waste, and we have other businesses who bring the food waste to us, and we compost it.
Okay, that's a good practice. The question thereafter is that if I am a student of your college and undergone bakery course, etc., is this taught to me when I am a student, that this is what you can do with the eggshells?
It's part of the curriculum in every unit, in every class.
Okay. And if I open my own restaurant, do you get feedback that I have inculcated those best practices from the college and now I implemented my own business wherever I am?
Yeah, I mean there's a number of accreditations and indeed awards in Scotland that you can get to showcase your green credentials. And indeed Michelin Star have just started a green star for best practice for the environment. So there's as I said in my chats, the whole green issue in Scotland is massive. You know, our customers are looking for it. They're looking for it's a part of everyday life. So there's, as I say, if a restaurant is very, very good at their green agenda, they're composting, they've got a circular vision within their business, it's on their front door. It's on their front door. I own a couple of restaurants, and my main message is sustainability. I have a seafood restaurant, so everything is caught sustainably. Things are caught in creels, not dredged, and that is important in Scotland. You know, you couldn't serve a dredged scallop in a restaurant anymore in Scotland because people's understanding and people's knowledge and people's fear of climate change is real. It's absolutely real. And I know Scotland is a tiny, I think we're 0.1% of CO2 emissions in the world. But we genuinely feel, and this is from the government, we genuinely feel if we can set a standard for other people to follow, you know, and it's getting the bigger countries like India and China and North America to get in tune. And being honest, when I travel in North America, it's probably one of the worst. They have there's no green agenda, none whatsoever. There's no drive towards it. But I think we'll get there, and I think, unfortunately, there'll be a lot of damage done before we actually do, though. But it's the bigger nations.
Okay. If food waste for the country is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases, and I feel very guilty that I'm part of a business which is going to emit so much. So, are you imparting knowledge to the students that if you're running a restaurant, and if I come with my guests and I'm entertaining 8 or 9 of them, and if I have over-ordered for them, will the service staff come and tell me, you have over-ordered, can you reduce it? This kind of service design is not there in most restaurants, but there's one restaurant in Singapore which says, if you waste food, don't come back to me. He was owner-driven, so he could take that decision. And in San Francisco, there's a restaurant where they say, if you waste, that I charge you $10 more. The intent is not to make money. The intent is to reduce waste. So I can see that body language from her that my time is up. Thank you very much.
So I'm not so sure we have time for questions because Mr. Naranjan decided that he would ask all the questions. So I think we'll conclude the panel session just now. So thank you very much to our panel guests.
Thank you so much to Ms. Carla Gethin and all the panelists. I welcome the principal to present the mementos and certificates to our panelists. Mr. Niranjan Khatri, sir.
You are required again. Thank you, Mr. Niranjan.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful
Mr. Radhakrishnan Shenoy. Sir, please. And Chef Gary McLean.
Super, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your wonderful session. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
As we conclude the first session of the day, we now break for a 10-minute tea break. Ms. Carla Gethin as well, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carla, for the wonderful moderator.
We now break for a 10-minute tea break. You are kindly requested to report back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
So, similar to what we did yesterday, the paper presentation for the sub-theme 4, Sustainable Initiatives, will be held in room number 209. The participants are Mr. Ajo Matthew from second year MBA student at St. Joseph's College of Engineering Technology, Palai. Mr. Zubaida VK, Oriental College. Sachin S. Maurya, Vishwakarma University. Pradmesh M. Patil, Vishwakarma University. And Sashirani Delrock P, Research Scholar at St. Joseph's University, Nagaland. I request you all to move to room number 209 along with the moderator, Ms. Carla Gedin, and the panelists, Mr. Niranjan Khatri, Dr. Radhakrishnan Shinoy, and Chef Gary McLeod. Now, before we move on to the next session, let's have a short video from our principal sponsor, WCE Private Limited.
A vision was born, one that would change the lives of thousands of aspiring professionals across India. Wisdom Career Education, known to many as WCE, embarked on a mission to shape the futures of students, recent graduates, and seasoned professionals by providing them with life-changing international opportunities. 16 years later, that vision has grown into a beacon of hope and excellence. WCE has guided over 5,000 candidates into prestigious internships and secured more than 5,000 university admissions worldwide, transforming dreams into reality. Our programs are more than just academic journeys. They are gateways to global awareness, cultural exchange, and unparalleled career development. With each success story, we're reminded of our core belief that every student deserves the chance to soar, to discover, and to achieve their highest potential. As we celebrate 16 years of excellence, we renew our commitment to nurturing the next generation of global leaders. Thank you for being a part of our journey. Here's to many more years of empowering futures together. Wisdom Career Education, where your future begins.
So welcome back to the International Conference on Transforming Hospitality with AI and Tech, sponsored by WCE Private Limited and Cleanfix Chevron, hosted by SJIHMCT Palai in partnership with City of Glasgow College. So now we move on to the next session. The sub-theme for this session is Smart Infrastructure Integration. The panelists the moderator for this session is Mr. Varghese Jomi Johnson, the HOD of SJIHMCT Palai. I welcome you, sir, to the dais.
Good morning, all. We welcome each one of you to the next sub-theme of this conference, Smart Infrastructure Integration. Talking about smart infrastructure, it's the use of digital technologies to improve the efficiency, sustainability, and resilience of physical infrastructure. The integration of AI with smart infrastructure represents a transformative leap in urban development and efficiency. By leveraging advanced machine learning algorithms and real-time data analytics, AI can enhance the functionality and adaptability of smart infrastructure systems. We have an excellent group of experts, and hereby I invite Professor Dr. Satish Jairam, IDE EdTech Innovator Model Incubator, to the dais. We have Mr. Benjamin Alexander, Director Sales, Chevron Labs. And may I invite Mr. Vinay Kumar Shetty, Director of Strategic Initiatives, Exozen. He is also IMFA certified trainer. Professor Dr. Satish Jairam is going to talk on smart infrastructure integration, Internet of Things applications for smart hotels and resorts. Without much ado, let me invite Dr. Satish Jairam to deliver the topic.
Hi. Can I get a hi from everybody just to make sure that your coffee's worked for you? Yeah, that sounds good. Great. So as the chair of this session, I have two responsibilities. Number one is to make sure that we keep time. And the second is to make sure that we get as much as we can extract from our two experts here. But to just set the context, I'm going to be taking you through 4 different dimensions. The first, in spite of all of these wonderful things that we've been seeing, and give me a hands if you've seen the Corning video. Did you see the Corning video on the WhatsApp group? Okay, last night we gave you some homework. We asked you to look at the Siemens video. Did you see the Siemens video? Oh my God, all right. And we also shared with you a white paper on what Siemens is doing. And in any case, well, the good part of the news is that Corning is a benchmark company, and this video case study has been around for at least the past 10 years. And it's in the public domain. The web links are going to be shared with you by the organizers. The second video case study that I shared with you was this case study on Siemens, which is in fact operating in India today and is actively involved in converting hotels into smart infrastructures. Now, having said that, very quickly, 4 dimensions, like I said, is 1, what challenges do we face in this domain? The second, what alternatives and options do we have to resolve these issues? Third, what are some of the solution design precursors that we need to put in place? And last but not the least, my colleagues here are going to help us understand how we can execute all of this into a coherent set of activities that we can perform to make sure that these smart infrastructures get integrated together. So let's talk a little bit about the overview of this. And it's true, one size doesn't fit all. So we've heard so many wonderful things, and the key question that comes to my mind is, if everything was so simple, then why doesn't it work? It's simply because of the fact that one size doesn't fit all. And with the kind of diversity we have in this country, it's also important for us to understand that it is necessary for us to custom design solutions. In custom designing solutions, we also realize there are multiple issues that need to get addressed. So they're not as straight as they appear to be, and we need to look for micro solutions in each space. Having said that, there is a serious issue with lack of coordination. Whether it is with technology, whether it's with people, whether it's with organizations, whether it's with something as simple as bandwidth. So what are some of the alternatives? The alternatives are that we are dealing with technologies that were designed in another time, and we're trying to make these technologies appropriate for the future. So the first priority we have is to go back to the drawing board and to redesign those technologies for the context that we're setting today. The second one is to focus on a seamless connectedness. So if half the world is on the internet, and if 1/4 of the world is on the internet in this part of the world, the question is there a seamless connectedness amongst all of those people in that population? It is possible for us to use IoT effectively if we all know where we want to go and we have shared goals and objectives. And today, that is definitely not the case. Having said that, the solutions that we need to design in the future are going to depend largely on renewing the ethical practice of data management, sharing, and respect for privacy, which is a key issue that we're going to be addressing. Data integrity, the quality of data, and the access to data is another issue that we need to look at very seriously. And IoT, smart infrastructure integration, will only work if there is seamless coordination between all of the parties that are involved. So what do we see as some of the challenges? Then there are at least 1 dozen of them. So crypto manipulation, the amount of cyber crime or crypto-related crime in this country because of the amount of access to data is something for us to think about very seriously. The second one is that we have a lot of startups with a go-to-market urgency. So they're so keen on building something and taking it to market without realizing whether it's actually ready. The third one is the vulnerability that all of us face because we just tick the boxes and we allow our data to be shared, and we do not know how vulnerable we are in terms of putting all of our private information out there in the public domain. Privacy, identity privacy, is also one of the key issues that we need to deal with because there are laws, and of course there is going to be a law in India as well. But if you look at the validity of something like GDPR in today's context, and if you look at one of these service providers who are sitting in that part of the world, it gives you a lot to think about. What amount of data can we actually put out there? What kind of data can we get in from those parts of the world? And there is no clarity on these. So that's one serious challenge that we have. Data sits in many forms, and encryption of that data for it to become relevant information is one of the key issues that we're dealing with. Now, we also have the malware, ransomware issue where everything can be brought to a complete standstill. So what do we do with great infrastructures? If you remember a few weeks ago, everything came to a grinding halt. And part of that is because there was not adequate security provision that was made, and there is an opportunity for us to work on that as well. Next, we go to incompatibility. Softwares that are designed at different points of time, they don't talk to each other, they don't use the same hardware, they don't use the same platforms. Now, these are serious issues that have not been addressed. Protection of existing hardwares, protection of the seamlessness of connectivity bandwidth, protection of devices in their original formats. All of these remain challenges that are not addressed. Sabotage, and there's been so much discussion about that, and there are so many films that have been made about this. But do we address sabotage seriously? And when you have the entire infrastructure in a nation connected to a network, how severely are we exposed to this big challenge? Softwares need to be constantly developed, they need to be constantly updated, patches keep coming in, but the real question is there compliance in this area? Then comes the second issue of having done whatever needs to be done, are we transmitting that data seamlessly across wherever it needs to go in order for all the smart infrastructure to be integrated? We spoke about cybersecurity. In my mind, it is going to be the single largest challenge that is going to affect the way we are able to live together as a digital community in the future. So with so many problems, let's funnel down to the top 7 alternatives. When you go back to the design board, what do you need to fix? You need to fix the reliability of the solution that you're building. You need to fix the interoperability. So the seamless transition of being able to operate in multiple environments across multiple domains. You need to fix the data privacy issue. You need to fix at an individual device level the device security issue. You need to fix the network problems that you have today. Multiple service providers, multiple networks, and so much information without that information being accurately aggregated. Sustainability is something that we spoke about just in the previous session. And we need to find that link between sustainability and technology. So it's really like a chicken and egg situation. What came first and what is going to affect the other? The truth is that you can use technology very effectively to become a more sustainable planet than we are today. All of these methodologies that we've discussed in the past day as well as some parts of today, and there's a lot of information out there on the WhatsApp groups, unless these solutions operate at scale, they have no sense. And I'd like to take a page out of the CGIHMCT presentation, SJIHMCT presentation. If you're small, you're easy to manage. But if you just scale that problem up many times over, and if you look at a nation of this size, and if you look at the amount of data that we're producing, that degree of scalability requires a higher level of engagement. And that is precisely what we don't have at this point of time. So let's talk about building the solution from the design that we want to incorporate in smart infrastructures. So we had 12 challenges, we funneled them down to things that are deliverable, actionable, and we said these are the 7 things that we need to focus on when it comes to designing smart infrastructures. And then, if these design elements have to get recoded as 5 priorities by which we can go forward. First, let's solve these problems. Whatever solutions we are building, let's take a look at how this data is being collected, how this data is being stored, how this data is being transmitted, how this data is being retrieved, and finally how this data is being consolidated. If you answer these questions, then there is relevance in what we are designing to create a digitally relevant economy and a digitally connected smart infrastructure in the country. So what do we need to focus on when it comes to execution? Renewable energy, because batteries will run out. Battery life, because we need to think about the kind of batteries we use today and the kind of batteries which are going to take us into a sustainable future. Our sources of energy, which are also depleting. The quality of our products, the testing of our products, and the great hurry we have to put products out into the market. We need to look at investments. We need to look at sustainable, scalable, long-term investments. We need to embed security and constantly keep renewing that security to make sure that our data does not become easily accessible. Even if we were to solve all of these problems, and I think the next panel is going to discuss this, you need to develop skilled tech talent. Somebody needs to manage all of this. And it's not just going to be the artificial intelligence that's going to do that. There's going to be a human who's going to decide how to leverage the artificial intelligence to get these advantages. The time to market roadmap today, if you look at the entire startup ecosystem in the country, is under pressure from performance. So you're very keen to get your first 100,000 users, and you're very keen to make sure that you're going back and reporting to the venture capitalists that you've actually made good use of their money. And that time to market roadmap definitely needs to be redefined. We need not be in such a hurry to create solutions that don't work. We need to create solutions that are going to stand the test of time. So systems need to be integrated. We need to have a stable level of connectivity. We need to have a powerful backbone which integrates all of the work that we're doing in smart infrastructure. We need to look at sustainable solutions, that which will stand the test of time. It might be myopic for us to look at issues like IRR, ROI, and not look at something called return on energy. How much energy do we put into it? Is there a return on that energy? And is there really a metric which actually calculates this? So interestingly, I presented a paper at Purdue University last summer and argued for the hospitality industry on the relevance of metrics like RevPAR and ARR. So if you go back and see some of the work that I've done on a new metric called SUSCONPAR, the sustainability contribution per available room, that is going to decide whether hotels are going to stand the test of time. Now, having said this, some of our biggest challenges, I work in a tech-enabled environment, and I can tell you some of our biggest challenges are around cross-platform communication. Different platforms created by different people in different parts of the world, different security protocols, different parameters for access, different parameters for being able to simply share information. None of these have been addressed. And unless we look at these, we're not going to reach that vibrant future that we're aiming to. So implementation matters, and I'm within my time. I'd like to request my colleagues here to give us their view and their case studies on how some of these things can be done. So let's open this session. Thank you.
That was Dr. Satish Jairam, the chairman of our panel. He explained the importance of redesigning technology, and the single largest challenge that we are going to face is cybersecurity. He clearly explained that there is a need to focus on integrating technology. At the same time, skilled technical staff needs to be employed, and we should really look for sustainable solutions that actually take place. I now call upon Mr. Benjamin Alexander, Director Sales, Chevron Laboratories, to talk about smart infrastructure integration.
Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. I basically represent the cleaning industry, so I'd be speaking to you more about clean and hygiene on smart integration in the cleaning and hygiene industry. Well, I'll just run you through a small presentation that I have. Smart infrastructure integration, that is smart cleaning for different industries. I think we seem to be having an AI issue here.
We need to employ skilled staff.
That's one of the points that I have in my presentation, though. Yeah, smart cleaning for different industries is what I plan to delve upon. I know I'm sitting with people who have a lot more experience than I do, particularly Mr. Satish Jairam was so eloquent in what he said that I've got butterflies in my stomach while addressing this August gathering. So, introduction to smart infrastructure in cleaning. Smart infrastructure refers to advanced systems, integrating technology, enhancing operational functions within the cleaning sector. I don't know why both these are not integrating together. Innovative technologies such as IoT and AI significantly optimize cleaning processes, ensuring effectiveness and precision, and improved service deliveries. You make sure that you do a better cleaning while having IoT and AI-based cleanings. That's the intent, and that's the way the world is going forward now. That everything seems to be going towards robotic cleaning, and most of my clients now are talking to me about robotic cleanings. But there is a flip side to it, which we will delve upon in a short while from now. Key components of smart cleaning infrastructure. One is the Internet of Things, and their devices facilitate real-time monitoring of the cleaning tasks, enhancing operational efficiency. Artificial intelligence, algorithms analyze cleaning patterns and optimize scheduling and resource allocations, improving overall effectiveness, which until now was being done manually. So there always is a chance of failures and not being able to note down points which necessarily needed to have been noted down. Sensors and automation. We have now people, yesterday we had somebody who was, I think it was Mr. Sharavanan, who talked about a waste paper basket telling us when it was getting full. So that's the kind of technology enhancements that we're looking at, where waste paper. We've been talking to large companies like TCS, who's been telling us that we want you to develop something where the waste bin tells us that it's getting filled up and now you need to clean it. So also washrooms, which is a basic problem as far as cleaning and hygiene is concerned in large offices. You have IoT-based sensors which tell you that the CO2 levels or the methane level there is going up. You have air sensors which tell you that it needs cleaning now. So all of those things are coming in, and I'm sure things are going to change over a period of time. The current tense is in smart cleaning, like I told you, is the rise of robotics. People are wanting more and more robotics. They want to reduce manpower, particularly in the countries of the West, where labor is very much more expensive than what it is here. Yesterday, Mr. Khatri, who is not here now, was mentioning that we have to have a balance between the people we employ and the automation that we go into, because we are as such going into a phase where there's so much of unemployment in the country. So we need to have a balance between the two. But all said and done, do I press this? Yeah. So all said and done, we have to strike a balance. And so far as whatever we do in robotics, it still needs human intervention. Now we have a very sophisticated robo, which we use for, it's a scrubber dryer robo, which we use in large areas of cleaning. Airports like the Singapore Changi Airport has 10 of those robos made by us. But the problem is you need somebody to get it started. I mean, you have to program it, you have to kind of take it around to show it the area one, so that then it kind of, synchronizes itself into using it properly. Then there is data analytics utilization. Advanced analytics provide actionable insights, helping organizations identify trends and optimize resource allocation. Now you have some offices where you have people, waiting outside a washroom from morning till evening. His job is to clean that washroom, so that there is no associate complaints coming to him. We don't deal much with the hotel industry, we deal with the ITES sector. So there we have associates who are very finicky on the quality of washrooms that's given to them. So we deal with a large number of corporates who have this issue on washrooms not being clean. So that's one of the issues that needs to be addressed. Benefits of smart cleaning is there is operational efficiency. That is, automation streamlines processes. You know what you need to do when, allowing teams to allocate resources effectively. There is a cost saving in the long run. Initially, there would be an investment, but there is a cost saving in the long run, particularly because the minimum wages across the country is also going up. So there is a cost saving in the long run, and there's enhanced quality consistency. There's no doubt about it. See, the robotic cleaning, for instance, if the robo goes and does a cleaning and is not able to clean an area because there is an obstruction, a temporary obstruction there, it makes sure that the robo comes back to that place where the obstruction was, cleans it, and then gives you a reading that it had done the cleaning. So you have facts and figures on where it has cleaned and where it is not cleaned. Challenges are also a couple of them. The flip side, I said, is there's a lot of investment to go with. We have a completely integrated robo in our portfolio, where you don't have to do anything. It charges by itself, it unloads the dirt by itself, it kind of unloads the dirty water by itself, it fills the clean water by itself. It does all of it. But you just have to get it started, to make sure that you plan the area where it needs to clean. So to that extent, you need intervention. Data security concern is we have a smaller variety of robo also, which necessarily needs a Wi-Fi for its operation. Now, very difficult for organizations. We deal with Boeings, and we deal with Wipros, and we deal with TCS. All of them are very finicky about giving us their internet to handle these machines. So then we have to look at alternate sources of buying dongles to put it into these machines. So data security is a major issue. Until we kind of address that situation, it's going to be a problem. I'm sorry. Oh, these are the challenges. I'm sorry, the slides, I forgot to change it there. So the last one is the workforce needs training. So this has two sides to it. There is a benefit because then you teach your people on what to do. So they get more knowledge on how to handle these things. And the other thing is you have to constantly train them for all the new things that are coming into the market. So that's disadvantage. The future is autonomous cleaning. It's all going to go there. We have all got to get prepared to make sure that it goes into those autonomous cleaning systems. AI-driven insights, that's also the future. We have to make sure that, we progress to that level. India is, growing very fast in that direction, and I'm sure we'll reach the West very soon, the way things are going. I know people like Thomas and all have worked in foreign countries. They know what they do there. So we'll get there in no time. And then we need to have a human and robotic collaboration between the two of us to make sure that things work in such a way that we don't get rid of our people. Impact on workforce. Evolving skill sets, we need to make sure that, like I said, we need to keep training the people to make sure that they are, hands-on with the new development that happens in the industry. Upskilling opportunities, making sure that we latch on to every new thing that comes our way to make sure that we are not left behind. And hybrid workforce dynamics, that you have to have both. You have to have manpower oriented cleaning as well as robotic and automatic cleaning. The smart cleaning for different industries, the hospitality integration, like I told you, we're getting into more and more data analytics to make sure that the cleaning quality is better. So also in healthcare, that disinfection processes are better, so that chances of getting a hospital-borne diseases are reduced. Public space optimization, that's where we use the larger the robots to make sure that cleaning is done properly. That's it from me. Thank you, Mr. Satish Jairam and Professor. Thank you so much.
Mr. Benjamin Alexander spoke about robotic cleaning, current trends and its effectiveness, and what can we expect in the future. Though there is a constant rise of robotics, he clearly emphasized that there should be a balance between robots and manual workforce. I believe you all might be aware of Internet of Things. IoT integration is the process of connecting sensors and objects with one another and with your applications and databases. Now let me invite Mr. Vinay Kumar Shetty to talk about IoT integration.
Namaste. Good morning. So from last 2 days, from yesterday, we've been discussing about technology integration, artificial intelligence. The biggest challenge in the day 2 is that most of it's covered in the day 1. So what is that we are going to talk about? Smart integration. Typically, I don't come from hotel background. I come from a corporate background where I have set up offices, I've built campus, and I was a client for the hotels. So now, for example, when we talk about infrastructure, whether it's a corporate or a hotel, the infrastructure remains the same. So yesterday, Saravanan was talking about his stay in Maldives as well as in Dubai, where all the 7 days he had a drink. So it typically, now, the hotels were set up in the people's destination where people want to go and see the places. Today, hotels have become a destination because you are creating that kind of amenities where they just want to stay in the hotel and relax. It has become the destination. Dr. Satish was also mentioning about the challenges. You've seen the challenges today. Technology has become an integral part of us. When we talk about AI, it's always integrated. So it has become part of us. Typically, technology is more of a supporting structure for managing our hotel industry, enhancing the user experience. So when you talk about the building systems, building infrastructure, it's all about integration. So how do we integrate people, your customers? How do we integrate the building? How do we build in the process? Through the technology, enhancing the efficiency of the building, enhancing the efficiency of the user experience, enhancing your sustainability initiatives. That is very, very important. And how do we implement this? For example, the technology is all about scaling up and bringing in uniformity. So whether you go to Hilton in Maldives or in Dubai, you get a seamless access, you get the seamless experience. That how do we leverage the technology to create those seamless access, seamless service, that user or a customer goes to any of the properties, you'll have the same kind of experience. So been talking about technologies, it's been there for long, and yesterday also we had a case study where they implemented robot for welcome drink. So typically it was about 4 or 5 years back, and today if you look at, we have high definition cameras integrated with AI, which can capture. Today if you want to count head count how many are here, it may take maybe about 30 minutes or 20 minutes, but AI cameras can count within a fraction of a second. So that means the robot which is integrated with the high definition camera can see that, okay, Abraham has come, already given him welcome drink, I don't go and bother him 20 times, though he's sitting there. So they can recognize the face, they know that, okay, I already given him a welcome drink. So that's a kind of technology which has been advanced today. And it's also important for us, though the technology is scaling up, are we scaling up our knowledge with this technology? So upskilling and reskilling in the industry to understand the new technologies which has come. A property having about 400 rooms, I can actually integrate a BMS system and IoT system and have a layer of software, a middleware, where I can exactly know what is the temperature set in each room. I can exactly know what is happening. So when we talk about sustainability, all this can be integrated with the technology. We have IoT. IoT is typically sensors. I can exactly know what is the air quality within this building, within this campus, within this room. I can actually measure the quality of air within the room. Whatever may be the external temperature, what is the temperature we can set, that I can set for all the 400 rooms, a standard template. And robotics, definitely yes. It has become more of a human, it is not a human replacement. Typically, when you talk about technology, it's all about what are the monotonous things we do on a regular basis, where I can spend more of my mind and more of my people for creating experience and doing strategic things. I can use the technology to do day-to-day management, the monotonous things. And data becomes very critical, because today the decisions are based on the data. So data plays a very critical role, and technology gives data. Yesterday there was an example that 4 or 5 years back you had come to our hotel, this was your preference, you still have the kind of preference. So that means that data plays a very critical role to understand who are my frequent customer, what are their choices, what kind of experience we are living with them, right? And again, sustainability is a part of your building environment. As we run our operations, as we run our business, it is a moral responsibility as well as social responsibility that how are we impacting our environment. What are the initiatives we have taken with respect to energy, water, waste to contribute to the environment. And most of the companies have declared, most of the hotel industries have declared being carbon neutral or net zero. Even the organizations are moving very aggressively towards creating that net zero or carbon neutrality. And it's also important that we have to look at how can we be water neutral, like waste neutral typically. How do we ensure that we have sustainability initiative driven to ensure that our properties are water positive or green positive typically. And how do we automate, and what are the things I can automate? Anything which needs regular manual intervention, which is not a customer facing, I can automate everything. I can automate my process. Today, hotel booking is seamless. Now all of us carry technology in our pocket. Today, phone has everything. You don't go to bank today. You don't go to hotel to book, like the way we used to call up and book. So how technology has made us to make things easy for us. It is part of our life today. So technology is not a threat. Technology is a supporting structure which enhances the user experience, enhances your operational excellence, and enhancing your building performance and building equipments. So it's also important to understand as a hotel industry and tourism, because we see a lot of development, globalization. As the city develops, you have more infrastructure coming up. The moment you have more infrastructure coming up, more business coming up, then you also have expansion of hospitality and tourism. So it's also important for us to understand that how do we create those experiences? How do we have a repeated customers coming in? How do we enhance our initiatives to manage our building system? How do we make it look as new as it was built 5 years back? So it's also important that how my equipment conditions, right? So typically, now there was a lot of power fluctuation which typically happens. So you have a backup. How do we create redundancies? How do we ensure that there is a business continuity? Even morning session we had about food waste. Typically, until unless I don't understand the consumption pattern of my customers, I don't have a data, I'll not be able to look at what are the initiatives I can take to reduce the waste. So yesterday also we discussed about virtual reality. Virtual reality is about creating an impression of how it looks like. Right? We had virtual tours and we have augmented reality, we have robotics. How do I customize? As we discussed, Dr. Satish said one size doesn't fit all. It doesn't fit all because your requirements are different. Your nature of business may be same, but the kind of buildings you have, the kind of services you are offering differ. So how do we ensure that? How do we customize? So technology, the biggest challenge is about adaptability is one. Second thing is how do we integrate the available applications? I might have hundreds of applications. So how do we integrate those applications for a seamless process is very, very important. And blockchain typically is more advanced, typically looking at creating loyalty programs where you have a data, sensitivity of a data. Now GDPR has become mandatory. So global data protection, see how do we ensure data protection is very, very important. So yesterday also we discussed about the Aadhaar card is not taken. We look at alternate ways to collect the customer information. So data plays a very critical role. And again, how do we integrate the IoTs? There are thousands of sensors which are available. What is that exactly? So one is any technology we want to go for. First thing is we need to be clear on what is that we want to implement. What is that I need? What is the change we want to bring in? So that clarity has to be there. And how do we ensure that the artificial intelligence or a machine learning can help us? For example, today we have chatbots. But how do we, that is a machine learning, though it is an artificial intelligence, that's a machine learning because it takes inputs, it gathers so much of data, then it gets refined. Today the answer may be no because it's giving a wrong answer. Maybe after 2 years it may give the right answer because it would have collected the data so much and machines start learning. So smart rooms, right? We have smartphones, the way the smart rooms have become smart hotels, smart tech parks. So it's also important that how do we have the connected guest experience? What yesterday Saravanan was talking about is a connected guest experience. So I don't need to ask anybody. I can just, with the click of a button, I exactly can order whatever I want. Either a seamless access to the hotel, you don't have a regular cards at the keys, it's a face recognition that it recognizes and gives you access. And it knows your preferences. And how are we managing our hotels is very, very important. Like for example, if you look at the overall consumption of an energy, around 40 to 45% of the energy is consumed by your HVAC systems. What kind of system do we have? What kind of maintenance activities are we doing? And what are the new advancements which has come in the HVAC? So it's also important to understand the condition of the equipments, what kind of maintenance has to be done for them. Are we doing a predictive maintenance? I can predict, I know exactly the condition of an equipment now, what is the measure I need to take for the maintenance, right? And what is my energy consumption pattern? So we can also have water consumption pattern, energy consumption pattern, what is the waste being generated, what is the nature of waste being generated. So we have chatbots and virtual assistant. Today, for a generic information, we use chatbots and virtual assistant, and they're also getting refined. So, and we have facial recognitions systems. I think most of you are aware of the digital yatra, so you don't need to go through the normal lens. In the same way, hotels are giving that facial recognition access, virtual assistants. So we have BMS. So BMS becomes a layer to have a technology integrated for your infrastructure. So first thing is you need to have a BMS system integrated. From the BMS system, then you have the IoT integrated, then the technology layer where you can actually interact. So it's more of managing technology than managing your building. So the future is all about how do you manage a technology which can manage your building and building systems or the services. So we should know how to use a technology than looking at is a technology a threat. And typically there is a layer of security created, though we had a physical security barriers, now we have a technology securities where they are going to authenticate. And we need to design, from the concept of design of a hotel itself, we need to look at all the sustainability initiatives. Today, we have BIM, Building Information Model, typically will tell you what is the end use of my property, how it is going to be used. So we're going to eliminate a lot of operational challenges, the design flaws in the initial phase itself, that how do you adapt the new technologies, new advancement, and how the information can exchange between the design, construction as well as operations. So how do we enhance the guest experience? Today it's all about experience, creating experience. So who is the main business for us in hotel industry is the guest. So how do I take care of him? How do I understand their needs, their expectation? It's very, very important to have those patterns, understand that. And how do we optimize our operational efficiency? So today it's not just about making profit. We also discussed about how do we contribute to our planet, and also keeping the social angle in mind. From an environmental and social angle, including companies has to be profitable, no doubt about it. But how do my operations excellence can reduce my cost of operations, which I can benefit back to my customer? So I have AI-driven chatbots, predictive maintenance. Typically, I understand the condition of equipment. If I continue to use in the same way, it may break down. So I take an initiative. I understand the consumption pattern of an energy. I know that, okay, there are new advancements in the industry that I can replace my AHU or a chiller, which my ROI is going to be about 20 months or 24 months. We actually did a case study in a Cognizant where we replaced an AHU, which was very old. The energy consumption pattern was very high. So the new AHU, only with the energy consumption, we are able to recover within 22 months, the cost of the AHU. So we need to look at all these advancements, which typically goes beyond the customer experience, or the way you are managing your hotels, what is the operating efficiency of your hotels. So Hilton implemented, I'm talking about the technologies being implemented and their efficiency. So Hilton implemented smart rooms, typically concept of controlling. The guest has a control on the room, whatever setting they want to make, increase the temperature, reduce lighting. So all these things, and they also implemented IoT technology for their energy management, which helped them to reduce 20% of their energy savings. So Disney Park came up with a wearable technology because typically it can access you, that's also called as geotagging. You exactly know where your customers are, and it creates a seamless access for you don't have to carry the tokens or anything. So again, it will also help you in managing the crowd. You know exactly that what is the crowd for today and what kind of initiatives you have to take. How do you manage the crowd, right? How do you optimize your resources? Where do you place them? So MGM also had a blockchain typically for having a loyalty customer programs, virtual reality entertainments. So creating more and more user coming back to your sites, looking at what is happening. So again, Accor Hotel also implemented IoT technologies in energy management, which helped them to reduce about 25% of the energy, and a chatbot which can run 24 hours, which can eliminate around 80% of the manual work. So one is data plays a very critical role, as Dr. Satish also mentioned. Data is important, and that's a threat too. Data is a threat. We have seen a lot of cyber attacks. So we need to ensure that we have a security layers created. How do we secure the data is very, very important. And other challenge of technology is that the capital investment. So we only look at from a ROI point, return on investment. We don't look at from a point of the benefit the technology can make for us. So we also need to look at, okay, what is the initiatives of this technology? How do it advance my efficiency of my building, create more user experience, or reduce my operating cost? And technology adoption. Why people fail to adopt is because people resist for change. Any change we want to bring in, there is a resistance. So how do we break the resistance is very, very important. It has to be top-down approach. So we need to ensure that we need to educate people that why is it important, why are you bringing the change. It is to make your job easier, it is to make you more efficient, it is to make things better for you. I think that kind of skill advancement, skill development, and to create a vision of bringing change or technology is very, very important. And again, can it be seamlessly integrated? That's one of the biggest problem we have faced, not only in hotel industry, even in corporates. Does technology can be integrated with other available technology? Otherwise, those technologies we already have paid becomes absolute for me. That is going to increase my cost. Today we have API, socket programming. We can integrate any kind of data. So now the technology is very advanced. It's like plugging in to a middleware. You can plug in any kind of technology, have the dashboard, typically manage. The future trend is connectivity. So one of the most critical thing about technology is, if you open a web page, if it takes 2 minutes to load, will you go to that web page? No. Any app you are using in your phone, if it is not working fast, you will not. Because our span of attention is only 15 seconds. Maximum is 15 seconds. If it is not responding, then we will close. So the connectivity plays a very critical role. And again, the kind of data we have, it has so much of data, we need to know that what is the data I need to analyze. How do my decision based on the data can be taken up? And again, machine learning advancements. So AI is already there, machine learning is there. How we are getting it more advanced is very, very important. There are going to be huge advancements. Now we have seen ChatGPT. There is going to be advancement made typically in all aspects of our services and technology. And again, personalization, hyper personalization. It is making you feel that you are part of the whole process, making customer feel as part of the whole process and leaving them with the experience. It's about creating an experience with the customer, enhancing the performance of your building systems, and again, how do you promote sustainability? Technology is like a sword. How do we use it is left to us, and there is going to be advancement typically happens, and over a period of time, we are going to see that it brings a huge change and transformation in the whole industry. So we already adopted technology. Now I would say that it's only going to be taking it further steps to get into the next level of it. Thank you.
Smart infrastructure, integration, and IoT was the topic addressed by Mr. Vinay Kumar Shetty. Development has happened in the tourism and hospitality sector in terms of technology, it was clearly told. Enhancing the experience in almost everything is what the advanced technology is all about. Now, data, we can't forget it. Data about the consumer behavior need to be analyzed so that technology-based products could be made accordingly. May I now invite Dr. Satish Jairam to give the conclusion of our panel discussion.
Hi. Okay, it's very feeble. So I'm not sure how much of the energy has got transferred from this side of the room to that side. So I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you, Benjamin. I think it's very appropriate to look at one of the key functions that we perform, which is managing facilities and managing housekeeping. The takeaways I have from you are that it's all about service. If this technology does not enhance service, no matter how complex it is, no matter how much investment it requires, the technology doesn't do the job. And there are some excellent case studies. The critical component of the conversation we're having here is about creating alignment between technologies and people. Though there is a lot that has been said about IoT, AI, automation, sensors, robotics, the cloud, the analytics, the key question for me to answer is how easily accessible is this technology to the bottom of the pyramid? I keep saying that we are in fact 28 countries inside one country. So if you look at case studies in Europe or if you look at case studies in smaller economies, they appear to be a lot more manageable. But the complexity of managing technology in India remains one of our biggest challenges. Thank you, Vinay. You did most of the work today. So the number one takeaway that I have is that support systems are not where they are today. The technology exists. The technology is inaccessible because it's expensive. Once people make an investment in that technology, they expect the technology to do magic. The technology does have the capacity to create magic, but it requires a huge degree of commitment and engagement from the human side. And that continues to remain one of our key priorities. Uniformity is something that we need to continue to work on. If you look at a room like this, and if you look at the future of this country sitting here, the question I would ask is about the degree to which this knowledge is being permeated through your curriculum and how prepared you are as future citizens, whether on the delivery side or on the design side, to actually enable this technology to work for you. And in order to do that, you clearly need to be skilled. You need to be skilled to leverage that technology completely to your advantage. We are not going to suddenly cut over one fine day. Technology is going to go through this cutover process where there will be a huge amount of hybridization. So the degrees of dependence on technology versus humans are going to be a transition. And I see that transition taking at least the next 10 years till we become relevant. Having said that, adaptability continues to remain a challenge. It's not possible for us to simply stop what we are doing in a particular way that we are used to today and then switch over to another way. And largely because of the fact that this ability to switch over, this ability to change, is not empowered inside our educational or corporate systems. The metrics of survival for us today continue to remain different. So if performance on profit is going to be the key driving criteria, then another metric is your preparation for the future, and the degree of investment that you're going to make is going to be a key question for you to answer. There's no doubt about the fact that smart rooms have been around for a long time. The organizer is going to share with you links of the video case studies I was talking about. Corning has published a series of videos called A Day Made of Glass, and this has been around for 10 years. And we don't see a single live use case of that in this country. Siemens published the video that I shared with you. Donna shared this with you last night. Smart building technology has been discussed for the past 13 years. If smart building technology could actually have what it promises it will, we would have never had another incident like 2611. Because that remains one of our key criteria. Security is the number one issue. Whether it is cybersecurity or physical security, the world that we are going into requires us to look at technology in a very complementary way. I have a few questions that I want to leave you with. We will integrate the logistics, the smart hospitality system, the rooms, the service providers, the connectivity, the technology. We will integrate all of that. When? Because we are very busy. The Indians are very busy running NASA, running Microsoft, running Alphabet, when the opportunity sits here with 1.47 billion people. So the thought I want to leave you with is, when are we going to have, inside of a conference like this, case studies of Indian brands, Indian systems, Indian people, Indian performers and heroes? Many of you are being incubated in this room today. And while I celebrate Marriott, Hilton, Accor, MGM, and Disney, I look forward to a time when brand India is going to make a greater relevance to smart infrastructure integration as the single largest use case in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sadish. Now the panel is open for questions. Any questions? With that, we have come to the end of this session. I request Diana to proceed further.
I'll just announce a name. Sorry. I welcome Dr. Donna Babu to present the mementos and certificates of appreciation to the resource persons on the dais. Mr. Satish Jaira. Mr. Sam Cherian. Oh, sorry, Benjamin Alexander. Mr. Vinay Kumar Shetty. And Professor Verghese Jomi Johnson. We now move on to the second session. The sub-theme for this session is Role of HR and Learning Departments. The moderator for the session is Ms. Andrea Mata, Vidyashilp University. I welcome you onto the dais, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm saying afternoon because it's after 12 o'clock. And do we hear any tummies grumbling? Are we ready for lunch? Yes? After this. So we're going to ask you to be patient. We have one more session before we start for lunch. And we're going to talk about something that is quite integral to the hospitality field, which is the role of HR and learning departments. All right? Now, all of you here, I'm talking about the people at the back of the room, all of you are in college right now, and you are busy learning. And here we are, people who have, been in industry for a significant amount of time, who are coming and talking to you about, AI and IoT and integrating systems, and you go, what are we talking about? Do we have jobs at the end of this? Do we have, what is everything happening? Because the idea is that by the time many of you have graduated and gone out into jobs, the technology is going to have changed up significantly. You agree? Right? I'll tell you something, when I was in your place and I was learning in college, no one had even heard of the internet. Yes, I'm that old, right? No one had heard about mobile phones. No one had heard, but we have to cope with it. So when we talk about, hospitality and HR, we're coming to the crux of things. These are the people that you are going to be depending on. So in a hotel or various service sectors, you have the front of the house and the back of the house, right? Those who are facing the customer and those who are taking care of the customer. But I heard somebody talk about the HR department as the heart of the house, right? A very, very important department. So I'm going to invite, first of all, Mr. Aditya Mata, all right? He is going to be chairing the session today. He's the general manager of Eska Hotels in Zanzibar. He's come a very, very long way to be here with you today. He's known as a visionary hospitality leader and mentor. Yes, I experience that firsthand every day. And his topic is going to be employee e-learning and acceptance in the hospitality, in the hotel industry. I'm also going to call Mr. Thomas Emmanuel Ramapuram, who is the Associate Vice President with Fidelity National Financial, all right? And his topic is going to be employee tech readiness and acceptance. And one more, last but not least, it's Ms. Sujata Mahadev Chandran, who is the Head of Strategic Initiatives Analytics at the InfoPark in Kochi. And the topic is going to be AI in HR management. So without further ado, let's get cracking with this very, very interesting topic, which is going to focus on how do we get you and keep you relevant and prepared for the industry. So I'm going to invite Mr. Mata to come up.
Should I go ahead? Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Andrea. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the distinguished panel, the board of St. Joseph's Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology in Palai. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the students. Before I begin, I'd like to thank a couple of people. One is Mr. Abbey, if he's here. He's outside, but he's also inside, because he was my first touch point when I came into Kochi and representing St. Joseph's Institute. Phenomenal, you know, in terms of his hospitality, in terms of his humility, and in terms of his availability. A big hand for Abby, please. I'd like to thank Diana. Where is she? She's here. A big hand for her. Come on. Abhijit, stand. This is what recognition is all about. I met a gentleman called Jonath. Is he around? Jonath, he's around somewhere. You know, one of the things that struck me in my 2-second interaction with him in the campus while I was having coffee, and I asked him, what's your name? He said, I'm Jonath. Where are you from? I'm from Rajasthan. My parents are from Kerala, and I'm studying here, final year. So I said, how are you? He said, great. He didn't say good. I normally say I'm fine. A lot of people say I'm good. But he said great. You know, life is all about moving from good to great, and from great to excellent. And that's what our journey is all about in hospitality. It's not being static. It's moving from one state of being to another. And if we don't progress, we will not infuse positivity and progress in others. So my whole impact I don't know who Jonathan is, but he left an impression on me. And that's what our field is all about, leaving positive impacts, leaving memories that people walk away with. In that 2-second interaction with me, Jonathan, and it could be you, it could be she, it could be her, it could be him, left a mark. And I today express my gratitude for making sure I got aligned, that I also need to constantly move from good to great and from great to excellent. Now we need tools to move from good to great and great to excellent. But before I move to that, I'd also like to convey my gratitude to the one gentleman who was phenomenally instrumental in making sure I am here. You know, I've traveled 6,000 kilometers. There were a couple of reasons why I traveled 6,000 kilometers. One was to be with my family after 8 months. The second was to take a break from my routine. And small but more impactful was to come to Kerala, to Palai, to be with you. You know, and believe me, today is the time to give. For a person like me, I've been in this business for 36 years plus. I've had terrible highs and phenomenal downs. I've had ups and downs in my career. But my time is now to make sure I give what I have. Because if I don't give what I have, I cannot keep what I have. And today, if I cannot tell you what is important when you are growing and hold your hand, you will not go the way you need to progress in an efficient manner. So the last 2 days have been all about sessions of efficiency, of adaptability, of change, of infusion of technology. I'd like to thank Dr. Sherry Kurian. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Please, loudly. You know, I've known Dr. Kurian for over 24 years. I met him first when I was in Bangalore in 2000, 2001. And ever since then, we've been in touch. Sometimes on the phone, sometimes on WhatsApp, sometimes on the social media, but we've been in touch. And that mutual respect has only grown. While he's progressed from one institute to the other, he's touched lives. He has made careers. He has seen people fly out of their nest, and he has seen people establish hotels, hospitality, individual creations, and companies. That joy of giving comes from Dr. Kurian. And today I respect him, and my commitment to him and to you is the reason why I'm here. Besides that, I'm very fond and mutually respectful of Kerala. And Kerala has been a home for me for a year and a half. I was in Kottayam. And I used to work in a hotel in Kumarakam. After that, I moved to Trivandrum. I love the place. It's God's own country. When in 1989, Kerala got this phrase of God's own country, it was far-sighted. Today, Kerala is no longer a monsoon destination or an Ayurvedic destination. It is a destination for wellness, well-being, 12 months a year. 12 months a year. And today, your future is how you fit in and then lead either the state or the other 28 to a state of well-being and wellness. We talk of artificial intelligence. There's also artificial intelligence and there's emotional intelligence. I come from a very different background. When I started my career, I had no photocopying machines. I had no mobile phones. I had no washing machines. I had no blenders. There were no electric cars. There were no mobiles to make calls. There were trunk calls. And there were 50 paisa and 1 rupee coins I had to put in. But communication would take place. Work would happen. So what has changed? I started my career in a hotel called Oberoi Hotels. I know a friend who started his career in Taj Hotels. There are others who've been from ITC and other phenomenal groups. CGH is a phenomenal brand from Kerala, for Kerala, by Kerala, showing the world what sustainability is all about. So what has changed besides the date, the destination, the time? The ethos of the brand remains. The modus has changed. The vision remains. The operating system has become more efficient. And the operating system has brought in accountability through technology. So there was talk yesterday in one of the discussions that some positions are no longer required in hotels. That doesn't mean that people lose jobs. They get aligned to different functions. They get aligned to different purpose. So the technology is not about fearing it. And that is the role of HR. When we talk of artificial intelligence, we talk of technology, it is not to fear it. It is to believe in it. And HR, human resource, ensures there's learning and development, and there is a mutual collaboration to make us, each one of us, more efficient. You know, we use Google for answers, whether it's maps, whether it's location, whether it's questions, whether it's understanding. Anyone heard of Perplexity? Has anyone heard of Perplexity? Copilot? Copilot. There's something called Perplexity. It's 15 to 20 times faster and much more ahead of Google. You want answers? Go to Perplexity. Go to your Play Store, download it. You don't have to sit in classrooms anymore, then you'll say. But then, there is a need for discipline and regimentation in any human life. Because each one of us get astray. So if we don't get disciplined, if we don't get regimented, we don't learn. That's why it's important that we go into sessions of e-learning, we go into sessions of counseling, we go into sessions of collaboration, and we go into sessions of inclusion. Training and development will always be an essential part of our growing up. And hospitality is about making people feel special. Hospitality is about making sure you bring joy in any occasion. Hospitality is about seamlessness. I'll just run through what I have in terms of a few slides and elaborate. People have heard of Time magazine? Time magazine? Time magazine? You know Time magazine? Time magazine has come out with a list of people who are listed as the 100 topmost influencers in artificial intelligence. And there's one Indian in that. Anyone knows? No, I can't allow that. There's one Indian in that list of 100 world influencers in artificial intelligence. Nobody? Donna? No? There's an actor called Anil Kapoor. Mr. India, you've heard of him? Anil Kapoor is the only Indian in that list of 100 influencers on AI. Recently shared by Time magazine in probably one of its most controversial covers. There's a lady who's an actress in US called Scarlett Johansson. She's been listed. And Elon Musk is not listed. When you get time to review what the sessions have been all about, go through what I'm talking about. Go through Time magazine and find out artificial intelligence is not what you think it is. Unless you go deeper and deepest, you will not understand the game. Because it will get misleading. And it will take you to a place of bias and prejudice. So when you open your Facebook account or you open your Insta account, you'll also get misled if you don't have somebody guarding you against misinformation. And that is why human resource and e-learning is very critical, because information is good. Undistributed information is not necessarily great. And that is why sometimes when I see the king today has been hospitalized, or there's chaos or death somewhere, or there's a pandemic that's happening in some region on a social media platform, that is why I go into something called a fact check. And it's very important for each one of us to understand what works and what doesn't. And that is why there's always this human inference that is required between artificial intelligence. And that is called the sixth sense. And each one of us need our sixth sense to infer and take what artificial intelligence can help us with. Can I go through the slides? So hospitality is all about service. And what is service? Service is the art of making sure we are all welcome. It's about making people feel special. It's about memories. It's about trust. Hospitality cannot work without trust, without commitment, without honesty, and definitely not without any alignment. You know, when we talk of collaboration, it's not necessarily teamwork. It's about fitting in. It's all about processes. And when processes happen, efficiency happens, and accountability happens. And that's what we are all about. We are all about business. And somebody said in one of the sessions that we are in the business of making money. Any business is about getting returns. Any business is about putting in 100 rupees and getting 110, 120. Otherwise, put your 100 rupees in the bank and get your 5%, 6% and be happy. Then there's no market valuation or market capitalization. Then there's no EBITDA required or gross operating profit or net operating profit. And then there's no recognition required in terms of brand awards. I was talking to you about my journey. Each one of you have a journey. Each one of you come from diverse backgrounds. Each one of you come from different cultural backgrounds. And each one of you sit here together to move forward in a journey that's going to take you places. Hopefully, from the back seats, you will come into the front seats. And from the front seat, you will come into the stage. And from the stage, you will continue to inspire people like you. And each one of you will then have your own journey and your story to tell. You know, when I hear of people today, like today I see a lot of social media. Thank you. I see a lot of social media about a chai wala in Nagpur. Today everyone's a hero. It's not about doing, it's about how. It's about merchandising. It's a bit of luck, but a lot of it has to be your own perseverance, your grit, your determination. There was a time when people said hotels were for people who work very hard. That time has changed. The shifts continue to be 8 hours. There's a 1-day holiday every 6 days. So what is it today? Today it's for anyone who can translate data, infer it, and make sure it is efficient and implemented with a fair amount of process and accountability. If you understand data, if you have common sense, you are given the tools, you input the correct data, you get the right inference, you can be in hotels. Today, hoteliers are not necessarily people who come from Oberoi hotels or Taj hotels or ITC hotels. There are people who've moved in from financial backgrounds. There are people who've moved in from real estate backgrounds and become the greatest of hoteliers. There are people who've had no background. They've been educators who have built the finest of hotels in the world. There are chefs today who are hoteliers. Just because they're able to process, they're able to analyze, and they're able to present. One of the greatest things I've learned in recent times is the power of choice. It's how we choose, how we decide, and then how we work with the stimuli and what we receive. It is our choice. At the end of the day, each one of us all of us are what we eat. We are what we eat. It's what we take in is what we are, and what we will give out. It's the choice. And that is what makes us what we are. In hospitality, artificial intelligence deals with, people have said this, personalized guest interaction, revenue management, efficiency and effectiveness. And that's where a lot of HR comes in terms of manpower, in terms of right sizing, in terms of processes, in terms of KPIs, KRAs, in terms of manpower, peak time performance, and definitely in terms of sustainability. And that includes to live and to let live, whether it's waste management, whether it's planning, whether it's forecasting. You know, a lot of things in hotels today are outsourced. A lot. Some hotels have even the team cafeteria outsourced. Some hotels have laundry outsourced. Some hotels have housekeeping outsourced. Some hotels have parts of kitchen outsourced. Some hotels buy food and then present in a limited capacity. And these were not situations that were thinkable about 15, 20 years ago. But that is the need of the hour. And that is where we predict consumption. We predict demand. And we use that prediction through artificial intelligence to fit into our cost in terms of our operation and to ensure that we have effectiveness and accountability. When we talk of HR and e-learning, we talk of recruitment. Now there is this process that people apply for jobs and don't get replies. Then there's the process that they've been shortlisted for jobs and they don't know what's happening. And then after a couple of months or more than time, reasonable time, they learn that the vacancy has been filled. It is not right to keep people waiting. So when we use artificial intelligence, we use people to be complied with and replied to. We use chat boxes, we use virtual assistants, and we ensure that we have real-time updates. We have work rescheduling and scheduling in terms of demand, peak hour performance. We talk of employee safety, we talk of employee welfare. We talk of employee certification, accreditation through e-learning and competency skill set development. And that happens linked with performance appraisals, and that also ensures there's motivation, there's retention. Somebody mentioned this very briefly yesterday, Ubuntu and Ikigai. Ikigai is about the reason to live. What is it that drives you? Whether it's at your work, whether it's in your life, whether it's in your need of the hour. And then there's Ubuntu. Hospitality is about humanity in plural. Hospitality is about I am because we are. It actually implies I am because you are. If you are happy, I'm happy. If you are there, I'm there. So it's all about living together, collaborating. And that also is a driving force from something that HR has to ensure as a support system through electronic learning, training, and development. I'll quickly wind up. It's all about change management. HR and e-learning has a lot to do with change management. Whether it's the change of leadership, whether it's the change of understanding, whether it's the change of standard operating procedures, the change of best practices, the change of how we deal with people, that includes our own people and our guests. It's the way we deal our competitive set. It's the way we deal our threats and opportunities, and how to enhance our strengths. So when we talk of change, HR, through artificial intelligence, through the softwares, through a lot of counseling, through a lot of predictive analysis, can bring about a fair amount of non-resistance to change, when people can buy in that change in a more smooth, seamless manner. We talk of upskilling through training. We talk about skill set development through e-learning. Today people get certified on LinkedIn. I'm sure everyone's a member of LinkedIn. Everyone's on LinkedIn either for information or for job opportunities. People in their free time get certified on LinkedIn on various types of accreditation courses. That again has a lot to do with e-learning, self-awareness, and artificial intelligence. It's not a workplace that they're getting certified on. It's an understanding. Sometimes it's cognitive and sometimes it's emotional. And otherwise it's intelligent handling. Then we are talking about diversity. We are talking about retention, attrition, performance, guest services. And we had a very beautiful session on Internet of Things just a couple of minutes ago. You know, I've always believed in any industry, not just hospitality, life is all about how you approach it. Life is all about how you perceive it, how you see it, how you want others to see it. So when people say there's light at the end of the tunnel, I say there is no tunnel. Why should we wait for the tunnel to end? So there's always light. Either we are brave enough to see it, or we are brave enough to be it. So either we are brave enough to see it, or we are brave enough to be it. I'd like each one of you to remember it. You make a big difference in our industry. It's your approach that brings a lot of value to how we progress, whether it was yesterday's sessions, whether it's today's sessions. What I say will never, ever be of any weightage unless you understand it, you carry it forward. Because it's all about Ubuntu. It's all about that philosophy that I am because you are. Every sunset has a sunrise, and every human and every learning has a value. So keep up the good work. Today I'm very grateful to St. Joseph's, Palai. Thank you once again, Dr. Kurian, the faculty, the directors, Donna, for all your good work. Thank you to each one of you, directly, indirectly, who've contributed, for the food that we've had, beautiful, for the welcome, for the coffee breaks, for the smiles, for people willing to escort and assist, and the people I've been able to meet from different parts, different areas of influence that would help me get better. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity. Thank you, and wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. You know, for the longest time, even after we got married, I still called him Mr. Mata, because one way to go up in your career is to marry your boss and become his boss. Right. We're now going to move on, and I will call Mr. Thomas Emmanuel Ramapuram. He is going to come and talk about employee tech readiness and acceptance. I'll tell you, this is something a bit of a sore point with me, because I'm not a tech person. I'm very much an analog person, and you cannot believe how difficult it was for someone to get me to use a simple program like Excel to prepare reports. I would like to sit and do it manually. It helped me prepare. It put things in order to me. But as the job became bigger and bigger, I needed a tool. And I'm talking about something very, very simple. But at the end of the day, as you go forward into your careers, you're going to need tools. And it is the responsibility of the HR department and the responsibility of your leaders at work to create an environment that is going to make your workload acceptable and doable, for the want of any other word. Okay, so thank you, Thomas. Welcome.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Sherry, for this invitation. Good afternoon, everybody. A wonderful day. I'd like to start with a story, okay? And this story is about Geeta, okay? Geeta works in the front office department, and she regularly takes check-ins. She goes through the registration card, asks them for their ID, takes their credit card, swipes it, allots them their room, and then one day the organization decides to make a change their property management system. And in the process, Geeta is really worried, oh my God, property management system is going to come, I'm redundant, okay, what am I going to do? And then the whole thing happens, and then Geeta is there at the front desk. She's no longer at the desk, she's there in the lobby, and when the guest comes in, she's there with the arati, with the tikka, okay, welcomes the guests, takes them around, introduces them to the hotel, shows them the facilities, walks them to the room. You see what happened? Technology changed everybody. Technology changed not only how the guest experiences the hotel, technology changed how Geeta works. So my topic today is embracing technology. Technology is not always a bad thing. It's mostly a good thing. It's just that you have to see it in the right sense. So we have organizations which really want to drive technology. There are a lot of things which are coming into the industry. We have AI with AI chatbots which do that. We have Internet of Things which enhance the room experience. But there is one pivotal question that we have to ask. Are our employees ready for this technology change? Studies show that many hospitality businesses are eager to adopt new technologies, and there is a resistance from the workforce. The resistance from the workforce is not an unwillingness to change, but it's more that it stems from a lack of understanding, a fear of job displacement, and a lack of proper training. Like I told you in the story earlier, there were a lot of things that went into the transformation of Geeta in the front office desk to Geeta at the lobby. And that is, there was a whole team of people which went on to integrate this whole PMS application, from a web check-in to working out the workflow of how these employees will handle the guest. All that was done in the background. And that comes from, there is a resistance of change, lack of proper training, and a fear of job displacement. And a smooth transition comes from education, engagement, and empowerment. Okay? So it's very important to invest in proper education. And when I mean by education, it is not that they just push buttons on a PMS system or find out how the application works, but they should also know the workflow of how this is going to change their roles. And that really helps in transforming them. The next point is engagement. you should get them involved in this change in technology. Okay, it shouldn't be just that you just implement something and enforce it on them. You should have champions. You should have champions which basically, you should identify a person who's a champion of this technology and sort of propagate it throughout the organization. So that's another aspect of this. And the third is empowerment. So when you start off with coming up with a system, it's also important to get the team involved. Team involved in the decision-making process, and also to get their inputs. You know, it's not always, you won't have the whole picture. You do not know what's happening in the frontline staff. And as management, there would be a lot of cases where, you know, the team will tell you some things which you totally overlooked. So it's very important to get buy-ins from the system and also empower the frontline staff. Another thing you can think about is like, you know, you should empower them to use the data that they want. So take, for example, if you're talking about customer relationship management system, you should empower them enough to use that data to make more impact on the guests. And there's one big elephant in the room, which I mentioned earlier. And when technology comes in, everybody is worried about losing their jobs. We were just talking about it yesterday, and we're talking about a different sector altogether, the banking sector. And when computers came into the banking sector, everybody is worried about losing jobs. And suddenly, we have a lot more people onto the technology, working on the technology, and providing better services. So, when technology comes in, it's not that we lose jobs, but we get repurposed into something else. A front office executive will become a guest relations executive, like in the case of Geeta. And when it comes to technology, there's another aspect that our workforce does not consist of one age group. You have multi-generational groups in your workforce. And one aspect of one thing about technology is the younger generation are very eager to adopt technology, and it comes natural to them. Social media, mobile phones, they are at it all the time. And this is something which was touched upon earlier, that we have a bottom-up approach, or what we call a reverse mentoring, where you don't have the elder generation teaching the younger generation, but more the younger generation teaching the elder generation how to do stuff. Okay, I'll give you a classic example of what happens at home. So when we are driving, it's my wife, my daughter, and I who are usually driving from one place to another, and suddenly I do not know the path, the route to take to the place. And then I say, hey, open Google Maps and tell me the route. And invariably, it's my daughter who's better at it, who's better at guiding me, as opposed to the older generation. So, reverse mentoring is a very important aspect of it, and we should be very vigilant, or we should be aware that this is something that we can take advantage of. And as leadership, there are certain responsibilities, and that is, when you introduce technology, you should have a vision of what the technology would do and make that vision available to everybody. Furthermore, we should lead by example. So it is not just that we implement some technology and say, use it. We should be in the forefront of it. We should be using it, and we should know how it works. So in the future of hospitality, it's for sure that there are going to be a lot of technological changes. And one aspect of this is that we have to get our workforce, our teams, to embrace the technologies that are going to going forward. And this can be done through education, engagement, and empowerment. So, in conclusion, in an industry built on human connections, our greatest assets will always be our people. Technology should serve to enhance their abilities, not replace them. We move forward, let's ensure that our technology advancements go hand in hand with growth and development of our workforce. Thank you, everybody, for your attention. Let's work together to build a hospitality industry where technology and human touch creates unparallelable guest experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think that was a very, very enlightening session on how painless the integration of technology can be made by the heart of the house, the HR department, to inculcate and bring change into the workforce. Next, I'm going to call Ms. Sujata Madhav Chandran, who is the head of strategic initiatives and analytics at the TCS Info Park in Kochi. Welcome, ma'am. She's going to talk about AI in HR management.
Very good afternoon. So while the presentation comes up and I have my young friend helping with it, thank you so much. A big thanks, of course, to Principal Dr. Cherry Korean and Dr. Dona Babu for making sure that I'm here. And thank you very much to everybody who's braving hunger pangs and still sitting here. So my favorite set of people are at the back. Do you hear me? Okay. I am going to share some case studies, customer success stories, experiences of talking to organizations around the world, big, large, complex, niche, many of whom are in hospitality industry. All of this from the work that I work for Tata Consultancy Services, the work that my organization and teams are doing. When I walked into this room, I heard Professor Satish Jairam talk about pride in being Indian. Yes, we are immensely proud to be a Mumbai headquartered, India-based, world largest business conglomerate. Tata Consultancy Services itself is a world-leading IT services provider. So in all these years, and of late, the work that we are doing in the field of AI, ML, and Gen AI, I'm going to share, as I said, some experience of the overlap on what is it that we do specifically in transforming human resources. The last speaker on the last panel of the second day of the conference, I'm sure by now you have heard about the interventions that technology, specifically AI/ML, is enabling in the hospitality industry. So I have exactly 2 charts. Now, isn't that good news? I knew I was going to be the last speaker, and everybody would be saturated and knowledgeable. Okay. So, my friend, can you change the chart? Okay. This particular, the opening chart that I put up, look, it is about using technology to change lives, and that is what I'm going to describe very briefly. Okay. Transformation through technology. This is an recap. All of this, I'm sure, has been covered. Specifically, there are many challenges in the hospitality industry. a lot of it are in areas where AI may not be the top performer to solve it, but these certainly are the areas where AI is a top performer. All of this, again, would be a repeat, but the only reason I put up is these are the areas that we work in the hospitality industry with some of the largest customers, and I think with pride, I can say our huge success story is with working with IHCL, the Taj Group of Hotels, and we work with all the major hospitality chains worldwide. Every name that you've heard probably in the last 2 days, between yesterday and today. A lot has been already spoken about the customer experience, even right now before this, but guest experience too, how it has changed, the kind of sentiment analysis that is being done. The R&D, now this is an area specifically where generative AI is being used, the real powers of generative AI can be used in coming up with the best time, the special offers, even for specifically for the hospitality industry, the work that we do a lot of work on research with life sciences organizations, similarly as an extension of that with menu pairing. So just think about that. Hyper-personalization, we all love being that segment of one, as marketeers call it. Another area, I'm not sure if it was specifically discussed in a panel about accessibility. As we move, we become more aware on how important it is to have an inclusive world and how difficult it is, unfortunately, particularly right here in India, for persons who have special needs to be able to access all the properties. That is where tools, the tech for good, has huge potential. How can all of us, and particularly the youngsters sitting here, think about how you are going to leverage tech for good to make the world a more equitable place? Certainly in the core operations, core operational area, the twin engines, as we are very fond of talking in TCS, of growth and transformation along with cost optimization. These are the twin engines every organization wants to run itself on. And that is where the power of AI comes in doing very precise planning, optimization, and overall leveraging the resources that the organization has. So much for the AI challenges in hospitality industry. Now, what is it that the human resources department or the people management can actually transforming using AI? Snippets of the work that we have been doing globally. Again, talent acquisition. Let me see if my young friends at the back of the room are here, or they are wondering about what the menu pairing is going to be like for lunch. Friends, how many of you are going to be looking for a job? Anybody here who's going to be looking for a job in the next 6 months? Anybody here who will be looking? Thank you very much. Thank you for paying attention. I am. Only one person? Okay. Sir, the placement officer is not in the room, I think. Is anybody here going to be looking for a new job in the next 6 months? Okay, look, I'm raising my hand and I'm wearing my company badge. Okay, yes, so I will be looking for new exciting assignments in my organization. Probably all of you will be looking for your first job or maybe the first placement after you complete your course. So my friends, the way the talent acquisition is going to happen has completely changed. Be prepared to face your first interview with a bot. You might think, oh God, how impersonal. Thomas before me just ended on a very right note, saying you cannot lose the human touch. So why a bot? Why ever would I want a bot to assess my abilities? Can a bot even understand what my strengths are? A bot is used for parsing knowledge, and believe me, the AI/ML models do it with a good level of accuracy. of being able to go through hundreds of profiles and pick up the best fit. Once that is done, that's when the human, actual, personal interview happens for the selection. But for a process of elimination and first round, such AIML models are being used in the industry and they're performing very well. Other thing is that in terms of acquiring talent, it's not just what is written in the profile, it's not even just what gets discussed in 10 minutes, 15 minutes that we spend in an interview, but it's so much to do with the cultural fitment. And there again, you can use artificial intelligence to make intelligent estimates, may not be 100%, but a very good idea about an individual being culturally fit for the organization. So, and these are solutions which we have already rolled out for our customers, some of whom, all of them are not in technology industry, some of them are in manufacturing industry. So you understand the challenges are very different. A manufacturing organization has a majority of blue-collar workers, unlike a technology industry like where I'm working. But the whole process of talent acquisition is making the time to hire far better. We are also working with our customers on solutions for a first-time right. Okay, you might think a first-time right, why does an HR department require it? Of course it does. An HR manager needs to know will my offer be accepted? What is the probability of my offer being accepted? We are working with our customers on rolling out solutions which will give a right remuneration. Right? You don't want to be higher, you don't want to be lower, you want a quicker time for fulfillment. So can I predict what will be the right remuneration to attract the candidate? But talent acquisition today is completely different from even 5 years ago, let alone the time when I joined the industry, which was like 30 years ago. Now that the hire to retire cycle, that's a very, very classic, but a very simple explanation of the entire life cycle of an employee. So now that, my friends, you have joined an organization, okay, you get your dream job, you're working for the employer that you always wanted to. Now what? Here again, conversational AI is being widely leveraged. The employee help desks are not just multilingual, but have a level of sophistication to be able to answer queries. Email summarization is another use case which we have rolled out for multiple of our customers, wherein an automated reply is able to understand the problem and give a first level solution. Personalized greetings, we all love that, don't we? It shouldn't sound like automated, believe me, it doesn't. You can bring in such an extent of personalization that it is really a note to you from your manager or your buddy at work, wishing you on your birthday, on your anniversary, and so on. All of these really help in bringing up the employee morale, the employee NPS, as we call it. Okay. Another part, very important, is how to retain talent. Here again, we are working on talent retention predictive analytics, which is attrition prediction, but why I said talent retention is we are providing a list of employees with a probability of attriting. Everybody has a limited budget. So we want to retain what we say is the top performer. Who is the top performer who is going to leave? But with a probability of attrition available, now it is possible for both the HR manager and the business unit to decide who do I talk to and who do I retain. Okay, intent analytics is another thing I wanted to talk about. It is listening, it is active listening. in small teams, in close-knit teams, everybody knows each other. If you knock into the room, in fact, I was chatting with Thomas and I was asking him, how's your day at work? And I'm sure when someone comes in, or anybody else sitting here, I haven't had a chance to speak to all, when one of your close team members walks into the room, the knock, and the way the coffee is placed on the table, you know what's going to come. I mean, I know if someone calls me at 6:45 and, hey, will you be free a little later, Sujata, can we have a chat? And particularly during COVID times, my heart would sink, okay. So, intent. Now, tools are able to do call intent analysis. We roll out sentiment analytics to be able to do that active listening and understand the mood in an organization and in a team. Particularly in the industries that all the graduates from this college will be working, in the hospitality industry, it's also extremely spread out, as in everybody may not huddle together. And you would have multicultural teams, definitely multi-generational. So in these cases, these kind of predictive insights are transforming the way HR departments work and organize themselves. Talent development, you already heard it. I think the first session, Aditya already spoke so much about talent development. And here, I would say the work that we are doing, and it is completely transformed the way, you know why I raised my hand up when I said, are you looking for a job? Because the solution I'm referring to is a career advisory, which is actually telling me that, it's asking me, what is your next role? What is your aspiration? What do you want to do next? And these are the open roles available in the organization. You will be a fit. This is where the gap is. So it's equally important to be able to find a solution and not point out a shortcoming. So career advisory solution, and again, the learning departments are using this extensively. We are creating personalized learning paths. It's no longer about a long list of certifications, go and complete this, but it is what does Sujata need in the next 3 months and 6 months to reach the aspirational level. And operations, a little bit about HR operations. HR operations is leveraging AI, particularly Gen AI, in creating simulations. And again, the simulations are in the area of prediction. We are able to simulate a life cycle. Now, I just spoke to you about attrition prediction. That's probably very relevant in the industry I work in, technology industry. We have a customer whose requirement is that, can you tell me when those individuals who are above the age of 55 are going to tell me that I don't want to come to work? It's not to do with redundancy. It's to do with financial planning of those individuals. There is no way, for example, in USA, for an employer to be able to estimate which is going to be the age of superannuation. Easily estimate. So it is a lot of insights which are required, for example, as I said, into an individual's financial situation, family background, are children going to college, to be able to estimate. So we also do a workforce planning. We are able to predict what is going to be the wage bill in the coming quarters. All of this without using AI/ML models would have been very tedious. It's not that it wasn't done earlier, but what is happening is the turnaround time, the number of simulations which we are able to do in a much shorter time, the kind of accelerated business benefits that we are able to deliver to our customers, all of this has got crunched. All of this has got crunched, leveraging the power of technology and AI. So particularly to my young friends, let me assure you that, yes, you've heard it, and I repeat it, AI is not going to replace humans. definitely humans using AI will replace humans not using AI. So make sure you get yourself updated, make sure you are one of those people who are going to be leveraging the power, because the power is enormous. It is just within your grasp. It's for you to make the most of it. Thank you.
That was HR Made Simple 101. Thank you so much, Sujata. Everything was so easily and so well explained. Thank you. Right? I will now call upon Mr. Aditya Mata to come and summarize for us very quickly, bearing in mind that we have exceeded our time, and to bring to an end the end of the last session today.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Sujata. I think my major takeaway was TCS is a phenomenal company. It all Tatas. Okay, Tatas. And so is Fidelity, and so is Vidyashilp. Notwithstanding. But most importantly, it's all about collaboration. It's all about belief system. It's all about working with the mind and building a process where one aspect of artificial intelligence becomes a support mechanism to bring efficiency and better living, to carry forward less baggage, and to ensure there's transparency, accountability, and fairness. Bias and prejudice should be left aside in as much as possible. You know, in a country like ours, we start with a lot of bias and prejudice, and to remove this and bring in diversity, whether it's somebody who's physically handicapped, somebody who's transgender, as today, it's all about inclusion. I was at the airport and I saw a transgender trying to merchandise perfumes at the Bangalore airport, and I was very pleasantly surprised. And the interaction was pleasant, you know, though I didn't buy the perfume, but I was happy. It's all about the joy of living. It's all about coming together, making sure work is efficient. There are practices that are respected, there are people who make a difference, and there are people who are counseled to be able to get better. So that's all about education, that's all about engagement, that's all about empowerment, as Thomas mentioned. And then there's all about inclusion. And then there's the vision for the role of technology. And to wind up, it's all about changing lives. It's all about making lives better. It's all about us being better, we being better, and we leading a life that brings in better quality. It's like the predictive analysis that Sujata mentioned. That's so important for us to be able to plan better and to make sure we don't react, but we act in a more predictive, proactive manner. So thank you, everybody, for this opportunity. Thank you for a phenomenal discussion. Thank you for my learning, and wish you the very best. Thank you.
So lunch, everyone? So thank you.
So thank you to all the panelists. Now I invite our principal, Dr. Sherry Kurian, to hand over the mementos and the certificates. So firstly, we have Mr. Aditya Mata. Next, we have Mr. Thomas Ramapuram. Ms. Sujata Madhav Chandran. And of course, our moderator, Ms. Andrea Mata. Now, before moving on for lunch, I would like to invite our principal sponsor, CleanFix Chevron, for a small presentation. Mr. Benjamin, the stage is all yours.
I'm sorry I'm coming between you and your lunch. I will not take more than 10 minutes. Just to run you through a small presentation. I am from a company called Chevron Laboratories Private Limited. We are a one-stop solution to all your cleaning requirements. Just to run you through about us, founded by Mr. Sam Cherian in the year 1988. We are a 36-year-old company. We started manufacturing chemicals for cleaning. And like Madam Sujata Madhav Chandra just told us, that TCS is a Bombay headquartered Make in India company. We are also a Mysore centered Make in India company. And I'm proud of the fact that I wanted Sujata ma'am to hear this, that we supply to all the TCSs in India. We supply our chemicals and machines to all the TCSs in India. And one of the main reasons for that is because we are a Make in India company. And that's the way they promote. As a company, TCS promotes smaller companies to grow up and grow alongside them. I mean, I'm proud that you're here, ma'am. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Mr. Sharvanan. No, but I'm sure you'll also change. It's just a matter of time. So, highly evolved manufacturing. We have a supply chain for chemicals, consumables, and cleaning machinery. We are market leaders in green cleaning initiatives. We have an R&D laboratory. Mr. Khatri was also a part of our growth. He's been associated with all the sustainability initiatives that he has. He's been a big support to us. And we are the market leaders in green cleaning solutions. We started when India did not think about cleaning in a big way. We were fighting against the phenols and the soap oils. And we were the first people to come out with eco-friendly, biodegradable cleaning solutions. And we have over 500 million square feet, which we now do with our cleaning solutions. We have 4 different segments that we have. We have our cleaning products. We have Master Clean, which is a program that we've started recently, where we do a per square foot basis. We do a lot of IT companies. We do Wipro, we do IBM. The entire Wipro, the entire IBM, the entire Cognizant, the entire HCL. All of this we manage under the Master Clean program. We have CleanFix Chevron machines, that is cleaning machines, your ride-on sweepers, ride-on scrubbers, all of that is manufactured in Mysore in a joint venture with a company based out of Switzerland called CleanFix. And we also have a tie-up with a company called Filmop in, sorry, I forgot to change the slide, called Filmop in Italy, which is the world's largest janitorial tool manufacturing company. Our journey we started in 1988, like I told you, 36 years ago. In 1995, we set up the R&D facility in Mysore. We are the only cleaning chemical company which has an R&D facility, so we are able to make chemicals for the Indian dirt. All of my other competitors are multinationals, and they make chemicals for the international dirt. So we make chemicals for the Indian dirt, which is specific. And India has got specific problems because we have the numbers of people that we have are a lot more than the numbers of people that you have there. So, so we are a company that is, have chemicals for the Indian dirt. We can tailor-make chemicals to client requirements. We established Green Seal certified chemicals in 2010. So we don't even fail those standards. We have the G37 standards for chemicals that is given by the US Department of Agriculture. We also manufacture those chemicals here in India. In 2015, we established Master Clean, which is a program which I told you where we do a per square foot rate for large facilities. In 2022, we established the joint venture with CleanFix, and we started manufacturing the chemicals here. In 2022, we also started our initiatives to ESG. This is our green to the core is our vision. Everything that we do is green. Our product formulations are green. Every input that goes into manufacturing our chemicals are non-carcinogenic, they're green, and so none of it pollutes the environment. We have packaging recycling. One of the prerequisites that Tata has told us was that you have to take back the empty cans after we use it. So we do that as a matter of practice, not only with them, we do it with a lot of other companies also. Usage optimization to make sure that the dilutions are done to perfection. The manufacturing processes are entirely green. Why green solutions versus traditional cleaning agents is the next slide. Traditional cleaning agents are normally petroleum distillates. They have para-trichlorobenzenes, they have volatile organic compounds, they're flammable, they cause irreversible impact to the environment. And you also have the sick building issues with using traditional cleaning agents. With phenols and soap oils, like you can't take a bottle of phenol to any Western country, it's banned. But in India, amongst the organized chemical manufacturers, cleaning chemical manufacturers, maybe 5 or 7% is with us, the rest of it is with phenols and soap oils. So we are fighting a battle against them to make sure that people start using responsible chemical for going forward. And most of these buildings have a sick feeling, basically, because once you walk into those buildings, you have a running nose or a itchy eye or all of these things. But they're not generally attributed to the wrong chemicals that are being used there. They say that the building is not good. But one of the reasons is that the chemicals being used there are not good. The impact on the environment is the effluent sent out into the environment system. It spoils the ecosystem. Water in contact with traditional cleaning agents released as effluent into water bodies have long-term effect on the organisms that live in it. We have bio-based chemicals, which are the Green Seal certified chemicals. They're safe to use. They're completely made of organic matter. There's no synthetic matter in that whatsoever. It has got a hazard rating of 1.2. We have the Eco logo, we have the Green Seal, we have the air quality management and the USDA buffer preferred certificates that we have in our this thing. I'm running through this very fast because I know I'm delaying your lunch. We also have machines for cleaning, the vacuum cleaners, the ride-on sweepers, the single-disc scrubbers. All of this are manufactured in Mysore under a license from a company called CleanFix, which is a 60-year-old family-owned company in Switzerland. We started the manufacture of those machines 2 years ago, and we supply those machines also to all the Tata locations across India, particularly the TCS locations. Chevron's commitment to green manufacturing. We coexist with the environment. Green building, we use solar power to the maximum extent possible. We are trying to cover more and more areas with solar panels. Zero toxic discharge. None of the toxic discharge that goes out from our factory goes out untreated. It's completely treated before it's let out. Reduced water utilization. We have aquasafe chemicals which need lesser water to rinse it out so that you don't waste water. You save water. This is our the machine factory that we have in Nanjangud, which is closer to Mysore, 20 kilometers from there. They also have all green initiatives right from the time we started manufacturing this. Because machines don't have any liquid discharge whatsoever. The procurement is entirely green in itself. These are the certifications we have. We are an ISO 9001-2015 certified, ISO 14001-2015 certified. We are 45001-2018 certified. We are a SEDEX member. We have Green Pro certifications. We have Green Co certifications. And just day before yesterday, we got an EcoVadis certification. One of the prerequisites that the Tatas insisted that we get an EcoVadis certification. Day before yesterday, we got an EcoVadis registration with our chemical manufacturing. Plastic collection and recycling, I just dwelled upon it a little while ago. that we take back the cans that we supply to you, so that there is no load on the environment to that extent. The ESG initiative, this is the last slide. The ESG initiative started in 2024. We plan to go ahead with it, and hopefully by the end of 2025, we plan to be net zero. This is our journey on the ESG. We don't use single-use plastic. We have plastic recycling, which we take back the plastic and make sure that it is reused to the extent possible or sent to recyclers. And by the end of 2025, we hope to be net zero. Thank you so much for hearing me out. Thanks a ton. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. I hope everyone is hungry now. So before we move on to the lunch, I just want to tell a few things. The paper presentation for the sub-theme, role of HR and learning department, will be held after the lunch in 209. And right now it's almost 1:45. So we expect you to be back by 2:15. I hope that's fine. The buses are waiting outside. All the delegates will have their lunch at fine dining restaurant in SJIHMCT, and all the participants can have their lunch at the basic training restaurant in SJIHMCT. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. So let's not waste any more time. We will move the paper presentation in room number 209 on the sub-theme, role of HR and learning departments. I request the presenters to move to the room number 209. I also the moderators and the panelists. I'll read out the names of the presenters. Mr. Jerin James from St. Joseph's College of Engineering and Technology. Ms. Jeenu Matthew from School of Management and Business Studies, Mahatma Gandhi University. Mr. Jerin James, Assistant Professor, St. Joseph's Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Palai. And Ms. Reggie Joseph, Research Scholar, Karpagam Academy of Higher Education. Thank you. So while we wait for for beginning the validatory sessions, I believe everyone has their conference kit with them. Do they? Okay, so whoever has the conference kit, you might find a paper like this. It's a feedback form in your kit. I suppose that we can fill this form. If you like, you can give us your suggestions or feedback, and you have if you have any complaints even, you can tell us that. And also now, let's watch a few videos of our college, like some of the activities that the students of SJIHMCT have done in the past week. Davis. ladies and gentlemen, as we gather for the final chapter of this international conference, we stand at the threshold of farewell, yet poised on the cusp of new beginnings. The past 2 days have been a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and community. We have shared ideas, forged connections, and ignited sparks that will illuminate our paths forward. And so, to summarize all that we have shared in the past 2 days, I invite Dr. Dona Babu, Assistant Professor, SJIHMCT, on the stage.
Thank you, Abhijit. Respected dignitaries, registered participants, colleagues, and dear students. Around 4 months back, St. Joseph's Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Palai, in association with City of Glasgow College, Scotland, seeing the profound transformation in hospitality industry driven by the advancements in technology, planned to organize a conference matching this theme. The enthusiastic discussions, strategic planning, and God's grace made us to reach this 2-day international conference on the theme Transforming Hospitality with AI and Tech, Enhancing Operations, Sustainability, and Guest Experiences. Over these 2 days, we have explored the latest advancements in technology, applications of AI, the best practices, and the tech-human collaboration to transform various aspects of the hospitality industry. We, SJIHMCT family and City of Glasgow College, were fortunate to have 26 eminent personalities across the sectors as guest speakers and vibrant participants from various institutions. Day 1 went with a wonderful inaugural ceremony presided by His Excellency Ma Joseph Kallerangad, addressed by Mr. James Godber, Deputy Chief of Commission, British High Commission, India, Mr. Vittorio Santoro, Director, Cast Alimenti, Italy, and Dr. Leah Fox, Dean Aviation Management, Buckinghamshire New University, UK. Day 1 went with 3 technical sessions. Session 1 on AI in Hospitality and Tourism, moderated by Ms. Carla Jazin, City of Glasgow College, Scotland, blissful, with 4 panelists. Chef Gary McLean from City of Glasgow College shared insights on the transformative power of AI. Mr. Girish Prabhu, co-founder and CEO of Instio Experiences, deliberated on the transformation in hospitality with AI, narrating the AI-driven personalization, revenue maximization, staff augmentation, and operational efficiency. Dr. Tony K. Thomas, Head School of Tourism, Mahatma Gandhi University, elucidated technological interruptions in tourism, human-robot integration, and digital detox of holidays. Mr. Rohit Hangal, Director, Sphere Travel Media and Exhibitions Private Limited, expound data-driven decision-making process in hospitality and tourism marketing, followed by a panel discussion on these aspects. Technical session 2 on the sub-theme Enhancing Guest Experiences with AI was moderated by Ms. Andrea Mata. 3 panel members were there. Mr. Mukhu Chakravarti, Vice President, Development and Partnerships, Tamara Leisure Experiences, expound the revolutionization of hospitality with geospatial tools and AI. Mr. Sharavana Dhanabalu shared the trends and possibilities of enhancing guest experiences through personalization and smart room features with live examples from industry. And Mr. Fino Babu, GM, IHE, Holiday Inn Kochi, enlightened us with the current practices in hotel and how things are getting changed with the tech and AI. Then we had technical session 3 moderated by Mr. Verghese Johnson, our beloved HOD, with 3 panel members, Ms. Chinnu Jemmi, Manager, Digital Consulting, Marriott, Dr. Tijo Thomas, Assistant Professor, School of Management and Business Studies, Mahatma Gandhi University, and Mr. Girish Prabhu enriched us with a vibrant session on social media strategies for guest experiences. Thus, Day 1 concluded with much valuable insights and enthusiastic discussions. Today, Day 2 of our conference has gone through 3 sub-themes. First on sustainability issues, moderated by Ms. Karla Jadin and 3 panel members. Mr. Niranjan Khatri, former GM ITC Welcome Group and founder at iSambhav, made a thought-provoking presentation on sustainability with the mantra of regeneration. Mr. Radha Krishna Shanoy, Assistant Vice President, SJIHMCT, shared the sustainable operations and practices of his prestigious property. Chef Gary McLean had focused on food waste reduction in hospitality industry using the new technologies. Then we went on with the theme Smart Infrastructure Integration, moderated by Mr. Verghese Johnson with 3 panel members. Professor Dr. Satish Jairam, HITech Innovator, Model Incubator, detailed on the challenges, alternatives, and solutions towards smart infrastructure integration. Mr. Benjamin Alexander discussed the impact of smart infrastructure on the cleaning sector. Also highlighted how Internet of Things and AI are shaping the future of cleaning with robotic cleaning solutions. Mr. Vinay Kumar Shetty, Director Strategic Initiatives Exosen, delved into the guest comfort and operational efficiency through the use of IoT sensors. So, towards the end, we had a wonderful session on the role of HR and learning departments, moderated by Ms. Andrea Mata, with panel members Mr. Aditya Mata, Mr. Thomas Ramapuram, and Ms. Sujata Madhavchandran, highlighting the hospitality challenges with AI, addressing through education, engagement, and empowerment of human resource, and changing the strategies of talent acquisition, talent management, and talent development. Participants in these 2 days of conference, participants have made around 25 vibrant paper presentations across these 6 themes. Thus, with these 2 days, we have explored the transformative power of AI across the industries and hospitality industry in particular. The valuable insights, thought-provoking questions, and enthusiastic discussions made this event truly enriching. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I invite Ms. Karla Gethin, City of Glasgow College, our wonderful co-host and partner, to address the gathering.
So good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. It is an honour for me to stand before you today as we bring this excellent conference to a close. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to St Joseph's, the Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, for inviting City of Glasgow College to co-host this event. It has been a privilege to be part of this collaboration, and I am grateful for the opportunity to contribute to such a dynamic and forward-thinking forum. During the conference, we have heard valuable insights and engaging discussions that have touched on the most pressing issues and opportunities facing the hospitality industry today. One of the standout themes has been the transformative impact of artificial intelligence. As we have explored, AI has the potential to revolutionise the hospitality industry, driving efficiency, productivity and sustainability. It offers us the ability to free individuals from time-consuming and competitive tasks, allowing them to focus on what truly adds value, creating memorable experiences for guests. Yet, as we navigate these technological advancements, we must remember that people will always be the hospitality industry's most valuable assets. There is no substitute for the personal touch, which is why it has been so important for us to gather in person over the last 2 days. By harnessing AI correctly, we can not only improve profitability and sustainability outcomes, but also empower people to deliver an even more exceptional service. The journey of embracing AI is one that the educational sector has grappled with for some time. Change is often met with resistance, just as some universities initially wanted to block the use of Wikipedia. So too have there been hesitations around new technologies. However, history has shown us that those who embrace and harness technological change rather than resist it are the ones who ultimately reap the benefits. I would like to take a moment to thank our speakers for their invaluable contributions. The discussions on guest experience, social media, sustainability, HR and learning departments, and smart infrastructure integrations have been particularly enlightening. Hospitality is truly a global industry, and we value our partnerships around the world that allow us to collaborate, share our expertise, and deliver results for our partners. I encourage you to consider how collaborations could benefit your own organisations and regions. As we conclude, I want to acknowledge the strong cultural, economic and educational links between Scotland, Glasgow and India and our wider global community. These connections are vital, and we look forward to continuing to foster and grow these relationships in the years to come. Thank you once again for your participation, insights and the spirit of collaboration that has defined this conference. Together, we are shaping the future of hospitality, and I am confident that the discussions we've had here will resonate in our work long after we leave this room. Thank you.
We're giving the audience an opportunity to share their experience and feedback, so please come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Abraham. I'm based out of Bangalore, but proudly I'm a native of Alleppey, God's own country. I was happy to be here. To make it short and quick, I first spoke to Dr. Sherry Kurian because he wanted me to source out a couple of speakers, which I managed to get him. And then I was constantly in touch with him on several issues, but every time he was very prompt and, to date in keeping me posted on what's happening. By no means I thought that this would be so wonderfully choreographed. Right from the time we met at the airport, Abhi and his wonderful team of energetic men made sure that we were picked up, dropped off on time, accommodation was good. Overall, it was a very enthralling experience. Till I came to the conference, I thought I knew everything, but I should honestly admit I seemed not to know anything. Okay, so that was an eye-opening, wonderful speakers, great interaction, and above all, great food. Thank you, team. Well done. Cheers.
Any more?
Hello, everyone. Just want to say a big thank you to the audience, to students for being here, being very engaging. We were so impressed with your IT skills, trying to organize the WhatsApp group and, timely updates, staying on top of things, sharing things in a very timely fashion was really important to us. I also want to thank the team who ensured that all the PowerPoints were running smoothly and on time. Just generally the presenters and supporters of this event. It's been fantastic. What a wide range of topics we've covered. Very well picked colleagues, academics and industry contributors across various fields. This is truly a unique opportunity and I hope you took as much out of it as I did. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to add on to that. Normally the media team is a group that's usually overlooked. But I'm glad that SJIHMCT's media team is, they're always on the run. They're always on their toes. They're doing the best they can, and I just want to give them that spotlight. Thank you.
Good evening. You guys are ready for hospitality. That's what you have shown us, and I think you didn't falter in any aspects from the hotel company. I invite you all, if I can be any use for any of your institutions' requirement in terms of academic, from the industry side, I'm ready. And if you are looking at ITC Hotels as a prospective employer for the future, kindly please consider, and you have your principal's good friend, I'm there. So wherever you want to do an internship or looking out for an opportunity around the country, we are open. I represent Fortune brand of ITC, but I'm really thankful to all of you. It all went on well, very seamlessly arranged, and I think sometimes even in hotels we miss out a lot of things. But here I think whether it's a coffee, whether it's going to be escorting, or whether it's going to be the food, I think it went on well. The organizing committee should, the credit should go to you all. All the best and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Can you be a little louder? So I organize corporate events typically. I understand the time, effort and pain goes behind in organizing any of the event. And it's an international event, and getting delegates from across the location is not easy. As I was introduced to Dr. Sherry by Abraham, so it's been a 4 months work. What I can see here is the diversity in topics which are chosen. I don't think so that anybody could have done a better job than what Dr. Sherry has done. Looking at the topics and looking at who could be the best speakers. So he has called all the best speakers. Starting from curating the program till the execution, I say it's a very flawless. As Saravanan was mentioning, because hospitality starts from when you start planning, it's not when you're executing. So it has to start from there. And thanks to everybody for making this a great event. And there have been a lot of learnings to meet new people, understand how typically things are done in different locations, in different parts. End of the day, though we have technology, there has to be human touch. Today we are speaking in front of each of you because the feel is different from virtual feel. So I think though the technology is going to be part of us, part of our life, just because mobile came, the communication got improved. From a landline to a mobile, where you carry communication today. Earlier you used to have a phone at home, like they used to call you one phone for one row. So today we have technology, how we can make best use of technology, one thing. Second thing is about academics. It's also very important, and this kind of initiatives to bring in conference will, for the student perspective, where we never had this privilege when we are studying, so it gives you, opens up opportunities to understand how the industry looks like. The biggest problem what we face in industry is about a skill gap, right? Typically, you have skilled, but even in a skilled, there is a gap between what is expected and what you know, basically. If you're able to incorporate these learnings in your studies, and if you're able to look at from a technology, how technology can help me and benefit, I think that's going to be a great success. And thanks to everybody, thanks to everyone, each of you have been standing behind this. And we know as a facility head, like 80% of the work gets unnoticed, same here. Thanks to everybody and one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe we're done with the feedback. I invite our HOD, Mr. Verghese Jomi Johnson, to talk about the certificates and paper publications of this conference, and also to present the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Diana. Good evening, all. I'm going to play a dual role. So for some time, you might have to look at me. I have got a boring face, I believe, and I don't know how you're going to take it. So moving on to the the distribution of certificates. I think that's a major concern. So before getting into that, let me talk about the feedback form that all of you have got. You need to fill in all the details given in the feedback form, and the form can be submitted in the registration counter right after the valedictory session, and in exchange you will get your participation certificates. The volunteer certificates will be issued from the institute after a week's time, because we have students who have been working for 3 to 4 days in various departments. So we have got the list, but still we will have a scrutiny happening in terms of getting the list verified. So it might take some time. I can assure you that within 3 days the certificate will reach you, but be patient. The papers that were presented will be published in an ISBN numbered in-house publication, which is our own publication. It is SJIHMCT publication. It's going to be published within 2 months from today. My first roll is done. Moving on to word of thanks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, so before we propose the vote of thanks to all, there is a small ceremonial function is awaiting for you. Now, it is yet another a landmark achievement, I would say, and milestones that we are crossing it. So I request Dr. Leah Fox of Buckinghamshire University, UK, to come onto the stage. So, with all your permission and consent, I am declaring that we both institutions have agreed to associate each other in terms of conducting and offering various undergraduate and postgraduate programs for the students. So in this regard, we would like to exchange an expression of interest between both the institutions. With your consent, thank you. Okay, once again, we are exchanging it.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I feel particularly privileged as we approach the end of this great event to extend our heartfelt thanks to all those who made it possible. Firstly, let me give thanks to God Almighty for a remarkably successful conference. It is with immense gratitude that we extend heartfelt thank you to our remarkable co-host of this conference, City of Glasgow College, Scotland. We are most grateful to all the resource persons whose respective contributions of invaluable expertise and insights have so greatly enriched each and every discussion, made it amply informative, and broadened the horizon of our understanding. Truly inspiring and quite instrumental in the success of this event is your show of willingness to share what you know. So a large round of applause for all the panelists as well as the resource persons. They are the ones who made this particular event remarkable. To participants from various nations, we indeed are very grateful for your mere presence and effective contribution. In this respect, the diversity of vision and experience enriched the shades of our discussion, and stimulated an integrative global debate. Thank you. We would like to thank our principal sponsors, Wisdom Career Education Private Limited and CleanFix Chevron, official media partner Voyages World, and professional partner Professional Housekeepers Association. Special thanks goes to all the participants and students from various colleges who engaged so passionately throughout this event. Their enthusiasm, questions, and contributions drive meaningful discussions and made our sessions dynamic. I also don't want to miss this chance and say how grateful we are to the organizers and the support personnels. It is only your untiring efforts, exhaustive planning, and dedication behind the scenes that have formed the backbone for the success of this event. None of this would happen without your hard work and commitment. Thanks to all the faculty members, non-teaching staff, and student volunteers of SJIHMCT. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants who made this conference memorable and impactful. Not to forget, the moments of our international conference was beautifully captured by Klein Wedding Company in Pala and the Spotlight team of SJIHMCT. A big thanks to all those people who have made it possible. We look forward with eagerness to continuing these important conversations and collaborations in the coming years to come. Thank you all. Wishing you all a great evening.
So those of the presenters who are wondering when you will get your certificates. So I believe you got your feedback forms ready. As soon as you get out of this, like after you're done with the ceremonies, you can go out and at the registration counter where you registered, you can submit your feedback forms and collect your certificates from there. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers and valued participants, as we come to the close of this international conference, let us take a moment to reflect on the journey we've shared over the past few days. From insightful presentations to thought-provoking discussions, we've explored new ideas, forged meaningful connections, and reignited our passion for the hospitality field.
As we depart, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and progress that has defined our time together. Please join me in extending gratitude to our organizers, speakers, and fellow attendees for making this event an unforgettable experience. Let us continue to inspire, support, and uplift each other as we strive for a brighter future. This is Abhijit J. Roy and Diana Mary Joseph signing off from International Conference on Transforming Hospitality with AI and Tech, Enhancing Operations, Sustainability, and Guest Experiences. Thank you.
Please rise for the national anthem.
Jana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request everyone to photo. Students can join too.
We're having a group photo. I request all the students to remain on the seats. Like, you can stand up. Thank you.
All the students are expected to come forward. You can be there on the dais. All the students, please come to the dais. All the students. Okay, fine. I think probably they could spread out, right? So guys, just spread out. Just tell them.